Hello, folks.
Hello, good morning.
Welcome, SorceryFest Day 2.
Welcome to SorceryFest. How you do, Robert?
I'm very good. How are you, Richard?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Super.
Yeah. So, I'm Richard from Trolls of the Realm, and with me is
Robert joining from Ireland.
yes, and like I told you guys yesterday, Robert is our the voice and the face of SorceryFest all weekend long, and he'll be guiding you through the whole live stream. So very happy.
Very happy to be here.
Yeah, getting the grand contest.
Yeah, what an experience. We have a big event today.
Big event. We have 125 players.
Incredible.
Yeah. So we're doing Gold Top 8 gets the non-foil version of that. But we do have some extra prizes for that as well. Of course, sponsored by Eris Curiosa is the amazing. I had a sneak peek of it. The uncut sheet of Elite Gothic cards.
Amazing.
Oh man, imagine
so
that
cool.
hanging that one on your walls, and it's just so beautiful. And we have a bottle of wine sponsored by our friends from Wandraschek
Amazing.
Winery in Austria, where we had the Askenras tournament.
Yeah, super.
So that was super. And of course, we have a sign, Crown of the Victor, which is basically our thing for every tournament we do. So all players have signed the Crown of the Victor.
Can't get that anywhere else.
No, that's and then you know that you're a winner of SorceryFest.
Amazing. So Richard, in the early rounds, we're going to focus some decks. There's an additional element to today's event. It's not all just about winning.
No, sure.
It's about being creative, about coming, sharing the experience, and doing something with the community.
Yeah,
so
we really want players also to express themselves with the deck, because Sorcery is a game that just invites you to build your theme decks. Storytelling. I love always seeing my giant shark just going all over the board and eating up all the minions. So stuff like that. And and like EC always says, we're looking also for the wonder of what people feel and expression. Yeah,
super. So for the first few rounds, I think we're going to feature maybe some more interesting decks and some
more
different approaches.
Decks.
And we might feature some in the later rounds if they keep doing well.
Yeah.
But in the later rounds, we might transition more to the top tables.
Yeah,
and we'll make sure that we're kind of staying with the narrative of the tournament.
Yeah.
For now, I think we have a special message that we'd like to show people on the stream.
Yes.
We have a quick message in from Eris Curiosa, and when we're back after that, there might be a brief moment as we get things set up, but we're going to be jumping straight in to round one. Super.
Can't also, if not round one, Battle Mage. No, we have something else.
We have something else. If it might not be Battle Mage, but we think you'll like it.
Yeah, probably.
For sure. And
Sorcerers, on behalf of everyone here at Eris Curiosa, we want to send a heartfelt thank you to Ron, Richard, and the entire Trolls of the Realm team. You know, events like SorceryFest don't just happen by accident. They take an incredible amount of time, care, and dedication to bring together, sometimes even calls from airport terminals. And we couldn't be more grateful for everything you've done to create such a special and welcoming weekend for the sorcery community. I also want to note the way you've welcomed and cared for our artists. They're such an important part of what makes sorcery what it is, and it means a great deal to us to see them treated with such kindness and enthusiasm. And finally, thank you to everyone attending SorceryFest. You know, whether you've traveled across town or across the world, thanks for showing up and for supporting Eris Curiosa, and for being part of this incredible community. Every game you play, every story you share, and every friendship you build helps make the realm stronger. And while we love all our regions equally, now's your time to make the rest of the world a little jealous. So have an amazing weekend. Share your photos in the Sorcery Discord. Good luck in all your events. And thanks for continuing to make sorcery, well, sorcery. Best of luck contesting the realm, and good luck.
Hello folks, welcome to round 1 of SorceryFest Constructed. For the first round, we're featuring Harry. Harry has brought a very, very nice looking Blade Dancer deck. He's looking to fill the Blade Dancer's 6 hands, that's 6 that we can see, maybe they have more, with artifacts and make an aggressive push onto his opponent's side of the board. He's playing water and air, with loads of options for free mobility and moving his opponent's minions into the way, so he can sort of set up a few good checkers moves with his Blade Dancer. His opponent, Mirko, is playing a Necromancer deck. It's a water Necromancer list, and it has a few of the air cards, things like Whirling Blades, Grapple Shots, that are used to help that strategy. Harry's deck doesn't just feature artifacts, of course. Being water earth, it has lots of ways to mitigate damage that will be dealt to his Blade Dancer so that it can keep swinging. And it also has different ways to reduce the power of opposing minions. Players are about to get started here.
Can I start?
I think they can start. Go for it.
Yeah?
Yeah, perfect. Harry looking for an aggressive start this game. We see the goat for Azazel in his hand there. A cheap option to reduce damage, but of course we're going to maybe primarily be looking for good artifacts to help us enhance our Blade Dancer. Harry's picked up another artifact there. That's a flaming sword. Flaming sword very good against hordes of skeletons from Necromancer. Obviously that'll only matter if they're all bunched up on one side. And they're off. a sight, and straight away we're making skeletons from Mirko as the necromancer. Blade Dancer, of course, very comfortable dealing with these skeletons. They give it the opportunity to move around, make extra attacks, and really push additional damage.
So I checked the sound today, Rob.
Necromancer. Now, there won't be many small minions for that to clear in this matchup, seeing as most of what Harry will be doing is pushing forward with his Blade Dancer once he has an artifact. Now we saw in Harry's hand there another artifact. We saw the, try saying this 10 times fast, Rongominiad, which of course can turn into a piercing projectile. Very good at clearing small lines of units, but no use yet, only looking at 2 skeletons. Sword and Shield, obviously a good play here for the Blade Dancer, pushes it up to 3 power, but we're not yet moving it into the red zone. We see comments here about the audio being low. Is that any better? Mismanaged Mortuary there. Very, very interesting hate site, but of course not the most relevant maybe in the Necromancer matchup. A shapeshift here. Marco looking at the top 5 cards, trying to find the best minion he can. Very good, and a Wendigo. This aggression is dealing Harry 9 damage. Now Harry does have a plethora of artifacts on his Blade Dancer, but of course he's going to have to take some damage at the moment if he makes use of those. Certainly to clear Marco's units from his sights. Blade Dancer currently has 4 power for Harry. Certainly able to deal with the Knight, but not enough to deal with the Wendigo here. And even doing that would drop Harry to 7. Here we go. The Rongaminiad. The Rongaminiad, of course, will be good for clearing up this Knight, as the Blade Dancer will be able to strike first. And there we go, Harry saying, and I'll take your token as well. The Flaming Sword has been useful so far for additional power, although that hasn't necessarily been the most relevant, only needing 3 to take out the Knight, but we haven't seen any use of its AoE flame effects. The ability to strike multiple units in one location. A further 5 from the Wendigo, dropping Harry to 6. Now, additional power here would allow the Blade Dancer to clear up the Wendigo, If you're Harry, you've got to be looking for that. Could be mistaken. That looks like an Eerie Carl to give the Blade Dancer the last needed point of power. Also, very interestingly, makes it a water spellcaster. There we go. Very nice. Ruler of Thule, clearing up one of the skeleton tokens. Mirko is trading in the ward on the Order of the Oak and a skeleton token to get some damage in on the Blade Dancer. That skeleton token appears to have come back to life there, being placed back on the site it was originally on. And Coin Nixie there, moving the Blade Dancer. Coin Nixie, of course, not specifying that they need to be a minion. Just nearby enemy. So Blade Dancer, over you come. That looks like a Pied Piper there for Harry. We're giving a good read now. Pied Piper can do some very, very interesting things in this deck. When paired with Wicked Witch, we're able to reduce the power of other minions. That's a retreat from the Ruler of Thule. Blade Dancer saying, I'll take your Coin Nixie and I'll take your token. The Flaming Sword taking care of that. And then move up and strike your side. Passing it back to Mirko, he's in a good position here. And that Ring of Morrigan will obviously give him many, many options to dealing with the inevitable Death's Door from Harry. There we go. Order of the Oak, putting Harry to Death's Door. He's in an awkward position now. His avatar wants to be aggressive, wants to be pressing up to the far side of the board, but the far side of the board has a ring that shoots out death. Very nice there, Lacuna Entity. Dragging the Ruler of Thule out into the void. Can't breathe out there, so away it goes. Harry now has his own Koi Nixie. He can be coy all he wants. He's still on Death's Door. Decisions here for Harry. He's obviously in a very tight spot. And of course, Mirko is on 16. With Death's Door, no amount of burst here would threaten him. Very good. That's the end. Unfortunately, Harry's Blade Dancer not able to get there. Big damage incoming from Mirko. The pretty gigantic minions here for Necromancer. Just able to put too much of a hurt on the Blade Dancer. So folks, we'll wrap up round one there. Unfortunately, Harry's Blade Dancer could not quite get there. Congratulations to Mirko and his Water Air Necromancer deck, a deck that I'm sure we'll be seeing more of today. That won't be the last round we see from it.
Sorcerers, on behalf of everyone here at Eric's Curiosa, we want to send a heartfelt thank you to
Hello, folks. We see messages in the chat here about there being no sound. Could we get confirmation maybe that the audio is being picked up now? How is this level of audio? Super. Great to be back on audio rather than just staring intensely at the camera. We were just saying there we saw Blade Dancer lose round 1 to Necromancer. More than able to deal with small tokens, coin nixies, it can cut through them all. Unfortunately, some of the bigger minions from Necromancer proved to be able to provide too much pressure and hurt the Blade Dancer, who really had no way to keep their life total high. And an early death's door really sealed out the game. We'll be back in round 2. We're looking at some interesting druid decks. I think one of them is based around the card Squeakers. So that's something to look forward to. We'll be back in a few minutes with round 2. See you in a bit. Hello folks, welcome back. This is round 2 of the constructed event here at SorceryFest. For round 2 we have 2 very interesting decks being paired against each other here. We have Mark on the left side of the screen there. Mark is playing a very nice jam-packed, full of Voidwalk minions Harbinger list. We're going to see some portals here randomized up. And then on the other side of the table, we have Aaron. Aaron is playing a very, very fun druid list, one that's based around squeakers. He's going to go from small little piglets and go up to ultimately big old boars. Or are they sows? It doesn't matter. We won't let it get to us. Players are drawing their opening hands. Relatively aggressive portal placements here for Harbinger. One knocking on the door of Aaron's druid, and another one just off to the left. Both of these players would be definitely contenders for the Spice Prize. That'll be decided by who has the most fun, most innovative, most out there deck. These decks, of course, could be competitive as well, and the players could play them absolutely phenomenally. There's no reason why a spicy deck couldn't win the event. But it's a little something to kind of reward people who aren't just taking the most cutthroat of lists and bringing them to the event. And here we go with Druid starting. Aqueduct there, water and earth for the Druid. And of course, the Harbinger list is water air. Not similar to the last water air list that we saw on stream, the Necromancer, which is largely water, only splashing air. This Harbinger list is very, very heavy into air for all of the Voidwalk minions. Those Voidwalk minions are going to let Mark apply early pressure this game and kind of make value of the discount that the Harbinger portals are offering, whether there's a site underneath them or not. Tower there, we have a third mana on turn 2, and that looks like a toolbox from here. Lugbog Cat can and must be cast to any water site, and it definitely will be here. An aggressive start straight on to Mark's avatar. Four power minion is going to need some answering from Mark, or will he decide to ignore it, eat some damage, and play forward to his portals? Third site, different tower. We're talking 4 mana here. Break the toolbox. going to his collection here. Looks like he's picked up a drown, and that has answered the cat. We have an assorted animals for 3 here. I see buffalo. Underneath, it seems like, I assume we're going to be seeing a squeakers. That's what Aaron has built his deck around. And one other card put into his hand. And there they are. Cute little things for now. Squeakers when they die. Aaron will be able to look at his top 5 cards. Pick out any pigs of the sounder. And when those guys die, Mark's in real trouble. We get to repeat that process and go looking for some grand old boars. And what grand old boars they are. Squeakers here, maybe not representing the most damage played up so aggressively on the board, but certainly representing trouble if they die. And crashing in there for a devastating 1 damage. "19 more squeaks. Mark will be on death's door." And Abaddon Succubus here, able to move things around. The tentacle there providing an air threshold for Aaron's druid. And here we go, looking with our squeakers. No hits. That is sadder than those poor little piggies deserved. Now, importantly, their death may not be in vain. Later, if a grand old boar does hit the board, whether or not it was through a chain of squeakers into pigs of the sounder into grand old boar, it will have charge, because there is now squeakers that has died. Grandmaster Wizard there, refilling Mark's cards. We see Maiden Mother Crone in his hand. We see, is that Lilith? I think he's a grapple shot as well. Mester Stoorworm. Very nice card for Aaron here. Has the ability to deal with threats, breathing lethal damage out onto the board. And of course has a very good 7 power attached to that, so it'll be able to win this fight. Huge clutch of cards here for Mark. We can also see a toolbox in his hand. Dormant Monstrosity as well. Get in for a last bit of damage before they possibly die to the worm. Now, playing forward to one of his portals there, we see an Orm Infester. This is going to swing life totals towards Mark and be a bit of a pain. Well able to dodge the worm. Very interesting there now. Devermes Mysteries. Play to the Harbinger, allowing him to pay 5 for his minions. Quite good in Mark's deck. We're looking at it here. It's filled with 6, 7, 8s, and 9s. So this will offer quite a substantial discount.
Join the live stream.
Come on in, have a seat.
Already?
Yeah.
We're live at the moment?
We're live at the moment.
Oh, that's good.
We have somebody else joining us here on the commentary. We're watching a very exciting match.
Oh,
We have Squeaker Druid,
Okay.
and then we also have Harbinger.
Interesting.
Full of Void Walk and full of big fatties.
It is a fact, well known to the community, that I know sorcery reasonably, but I'm more about the collecting and I'm more about the art than I am about gameplay.
That's okay.
But I will follow you and I will.
Well, I'm strictly color commentary anyway, so we pick a different color each, and that's it. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
I also will not be an expert, so there's no worries.
Still might be difficult, but we'll see where we end up.
Do you want to also introduce, just say who you are?
Yeah, I can. I think people know me from last year as well as from my YouTube channel, Nerd and Proud of It. Are we on the camera as well? No.
The camera is currently not recording. This is what
People see.
currently we're
Okay.
just watching live.
No, fair enough.
Live gameplay.
Nerd and Proud of It is my YouTube channel. I've been doing sorcery content since the Kickstarter.
Amazing.
And I also organize the Eskenresk tournament, which was the first European tournament. We did that 3 times already. We did that this year as well. Eskenresk 3.
Oh, super.
And I help out Ron and Richard. And I do talk to artists a lot.
Amazing.
I think I have about 10, 12 artist interviews on my channel. Sorcery artists, Magic the Gathering artists as well. Sometimes they are both. So yeah, that's me, Nerd and Proud of It. Jürgen.
Jürgen, amazing.
Who are you?
My name is Robert. I'm a sorcery player from Ireland, relatively new to the game.
Okay.
But there was an opportunity to, they were looking for somebody to help run the live stream, somebody who could kind of host interviews and kind of bring the community together. And I said, why not?
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
And you are not playing this weekend? You are
No.
only doing commentary?
I had a full ticket. I was going to be playing Gothic Draft, constructed, sealed. And then I said, you know what? There's a space there that needs to be filled. I said, I'll take it. And
Yeah, very cool, because they told me, Jürgen, you have to do it, and then that would have brought me that would have brought me some trouble, because I couldn't have done any content from here. Which
Well, that's no good at all.
Then we do not have any videos, any post-event videos, any shorts or live streams from the event, except for this one, of course. But they already told me as well that I can join the stream, and that I should. That you
Absolutely.
are not alone on the stream all the time.
amazing.
So I might drop in from time to time.
It's much nicer to have somebody to bounce off.
Yeah.
Now-
But what are we looking at the moment? It's the second round, right?
It's the second
yes,
round.
I already
Yep,
see it. Yes.
Absolutely. Now we're kind of focusing earlier in this event on decks that have a more interesting slant to them.
Yeah. Okay.
People who are
So it's not the top players at the table.
Not
it's
necessarily.
interesting decks.
We're following
Yeah.
certain decks now. Those decks could be doing very well. No problem at all. We're not
Yeah.
going to shy away from that.
No,
But
definitely.
later in the event, we will be focusing really on the top few tables.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, second round, and then we're looking at Mark and Baron.
Mark and Aaron.
Aaron. Oh.
We have the
Yeah,
world's
I got
funniest
my
font.
glasses in
No,
my
that's okay.
backpack, and it's a little bit dim here. So and I'm getting old.
That's
It's
okay.
horrible, but I almost got it. All right, and we're 25 minutes into the round. Oh, it's
20 minutes in,
45 minutes rounds. Yes, of course. Yeah, very nice. Okay. The table is already pretty busy.
Pretty jammers. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
What do you think? That's a stupid question because we look at the game and people might want to hear about the game. But what do you think about the Trolls of the Realm playmat?
I think it's gorgeous.
It's really cool,
It's
right?
so amazing.
I believe it's done by Drew Tucker.
It is.
Yeah. And Drew actually will be back in the Netherlands pretty soon, but for a different event. But he's been here as well last year at SorceryFest, which was really, really nice. Had a very great chat with him, and we had some good schnapps together, which was
amazing.
awesome as well.
Very good. Yeah.
Drew is a schnapps lover, so
Well, there you go. Yeah.
And I am as well, so there was a easy connection right away.
It's nice to have those little things in common.
Yes,
yeah, absolutely.
definitely. Yeah. As an Irish, I assume you drink whiskey.
As an Irish, I drink almost everything.
Yeah, that's
So there you
very
go.
true as well.
Yeah.
I love it. It's I remember
There's
being in Dublin on St. Patrick's Day, and somebody was like, "Hey, you have to drink with me because you're Irish." I was like, "No, I'm not Irish. I'm half Dutch, half German." And he was like, "Yeah, it's St. Paddy's Day. Everyone's Irish
Yeah,
tonight."
it doesn't matter. They were being polite.
Yeah.
You weren't going to get out of that one. Yeah,
I believe
no,
it's
no.
a Boondock Saints quote as well, but I love that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
Very, very cool.
I think there's even a nice bottle of wine going as a prize for this tournament.
It is. Do you know the story behind that? Because I can fill you in on that.
I'd love to get filled in. It's by Wanderashek.
Wanderashek Winery.
Amazing.
Yes. Gregor Wanderashek Winery has been supporting the sorcery community since my first tournament. I call it my tournament, but I co-organize it together with Cardboard Guide, which a lot of people know as well as Heine from the White Rabbit Game Store. He will be here for PCG grading, which is his as well.
Amazing.
Today, but we organize Ask and Resk, which I said in the beginning, and the first Ask and Resk in 2024, we got a package from the Wanderashek Winery with several bottles of excellent wine, Austrian wine, and he had made a special label for the winner.
How cool.
Yeah, he had put our logos on the label as well. So the White Rabbit Game Store logo, my logo, not I'm proud of it, and Sophie and Jens's logo, the Cardboard Guide, and he made a couple of bottles for us organizers as well, which said organizer, super cool.
Incredible.
So we got our own wine bottle.
How do you how do you decide whether or not you're going to drink
I
that?
drank it because it's great, and I normally ask Gregor to send me some more, which he promised me, but I guess he was busy with this one. And at Ask and Resk 3, we actually didn't do the tournament in Germany beginning of this year. We did it in Austria at the winery. Which was awesome as well, and there was a lot of wine, obviously.
Yeah.
And Ron and Richard, who organized SorceryFest here, they actually have been there as vendors of singles, which they have as well, of course, the Trolls of the Realm. And Gregor already gave them a couple of bottles as prize support with, I believe, a SorceryFest logo, which he made for this event at our event. So that was really nice. And these bottles are really, really great. And I believe we got at least like 2 or 3 for the winner, runner-up, and third place. Yeah. Which is, you should ask for one. Later on.
Exactly. Yeah, of course.
I mean, you are like crew now. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
If Gregor is on the stream, I can't see it, but
we're touring. I have time before my flight. We're traveling. I think to we're spending the rest of the week in Bruges, and then
Brugge,
the next week we're in Hasselt for Eternal Magic event. So lots of opportunity to discreetly consume a bottle of wine.
Very nice. So you play Magic the Gathering as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Are you back in Amsterdam for MagicCon then too?
No, I can't be everywhere. I have that terrible kind of problem.
You're
where
Irish.
At
You
some,
can.
at some point, I have to go back to work.
True.
So originally, we were planning a trip around this event in Belgium, Eternal Mania, and we said, "Oh, that's wonderful." And then I thought, "Do you know, I'm going to spend some time with my girlfriend. We'll go to Bruges. We'll go somewhere, do something nice." And I
Bruges
thought,
is really,
"Oh,"
really
I looked and
beautiful.
I saw the SorceryFest announcement, and I thought, if I go 3 days earlier, suddenly it's kind of like, I get a lot more bang for my buck.
No,
And here we are.
I get it. I
Yeah.
think that was a wise choice.
Mhm.
Yeah, very nice. Then you are like on the road for
Yeah.
cardboard for
Yeah,
a couple of weeks.
absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, yeah,
awesome.
yeah. My suitcase is so full.
Sorcery cards, magic cards.
At first, I was like, that's fine. I pack a few clothes. We do some laundry midway through the week. No problem. That's good. And oh, hold on, I have to put in a playmat container. I have to put in these deck boxes. I have to put in a small folder. I have to put in and suddenly filled up.
Yeah,
But sure, look, it's a good problem.
It's a luxury problem
Yeah.
to have.
And
We Dutch call
possibly-
it luxury problems. I think in English it's called first world problems.
First world problems, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
It's terrible to be complaining about all of the great, wonderful things we have. And hopefully I'll be able to steal a bottle of wine and secrete that into the case somewhere.
Otherwise you have to come to Ask and Rask, and
Terrible.
then we make something happen,
Mhm.
because probably we'll do another Ask and Rask next year
Amazing.
as well. I mean, we've done it for a couple of years now, and it was one of the first, if not the first, big one in Europe, which was very nice. So yeah,
It's nice to think that someday people will be talking and saying, what's your preferred Ask and Rask vintage?
yeah,
you know?
yeah. I like the 2025
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah, for sure. For sure.
No, but I think these kind of things show how much the community actually, because Gregor is a player himself, and how much the community actually is invested into this.
Yes.
He supported us out of his free will. He saw there will be a tournament. He sent us the stuff. Next year, he sent it to us again. And then we contacted him like, hey, man, maybe in 2026 we do it at your place. What do
Yeah.
you think? And he was like, yes, let's do it.
Yeah.
Not even thinking
Incredible.
about it. He closed the whole winery. He put up a lot of tables. He put up a lot of. He
Amazing.
put in a lot of work. It was really, really
And
great.
it's so much more, for a lot of events, it's easy, you can kind of throw money at problems to solve them.
Yep.
But there's something different going on here where people are committing so much time.
Exactly.
They're committing effort. They have to design labels.
Yes.
They have to make sure that they have people ready to work these events. It's incredible to see that level of commitment.
It is, and it's the same here at SorceryFest.
Mhm.
I mean, Ron and Richard do this voluntarily as well, and there are people helping out like you or the judges and myself who did content last year, interviews and these kind of things, and this year as well. And then you got a lot of people dropping by, just being happy, saying hi, helping out with everything that's needed. It's crazy. Yeah, I think the sorcery community is one of the, if not the best TCG community out there. Super friendly, super nice.
It absolutely took me by shock. I appreciate that we are probably definitely missing some of this game, but there's so much going on at this event. It's important to kind of get the holistic view of it. Even placing small orders with Ron and Richard, and you receive a handwritten note on your invoice. Our relationship started. I sent them a message. I said, I really appreciate that note. It was so nice, so welcoming, and the conversation just kind of went from there.
That's the little things that make the difference, and that's exactly what that sorcery community is about. I see, for example, here Chris, who has been at many sorcery tournaments as well as the tournament in Austria. He is Austrian. They currently organize the Austrian Sorcery League together with
Very
Gregor
nice.
as well. And they got a couple of tournaments, and he's handing out wine there too.
Amazing.
Gregor and Chris is helping out with organizing and playing. And yeah, those guys are very, very active in Austria. So shout out to Chris and the Austrian flag there.
So if people were to take anything really away from this conversation, it's if you make wine or know anybody who makes wine, please get them into sorcery.
Yes, and get them in
please-
touch
and-
with us.
Yes, for sure, of course, brilliant.
Hey, but honestly, it will be hard to beat Gregor because his wine, and you might not be able to taste it because there are only a few bottles for the winners, but his wine is excellent.
Amazing. Yeah.
If I would have known you're here, I still got like maybe half a bottle somewhere.
Oh, very
stashed
good.
away.
Hidden.
But
Yeah,
it's
very
a
good.
2-hour drive, so maybe next time.
Now, earlier you mentioned interview and having interest in obviously speaking to the artists, and
Yeah.
that's your real focus.
Yeah.
Later on today, we still have to schedule it, but we're going to be having an interview with Elvira. Perhaps it would be nice. I know we're not on camera at the moment. If you'd like to join us back again for that, if that would suit you.
That's cool. I will do an interview with Elvira one-on-one, but
Absolutely.
I'm happy to join you guys as well.
Perfect.
They are at lunch now, and we're gonna do one after lunch. But I think it's awesome for the rest. Of course, we're not on camera, but once Elvira sits down here, it will be awesome to talk to the artist here on the live stream as well. And I would love to join. We did that last year, and it was very well received. We did an art reveal with Jeff Mangus,
Amazing.
The one with the torch, and then we did a chat to Matthias Frisk, who was here as well. So yeah, would be happy to, and always
Absolutely.
happy to talk to the artists and chip in with a couple of interesting questions.
We have Pedro and we have KO as well.
Yep. We do.
Amazing.
But Elvira is leaving today.
Yes, so that's why we're getting her.
That's why we're getting her first. Yes, true. What does Chris say? Hey Jürgen, thanks for mentioning. Of course, we have to push the other sorcery communities as well, and I know Ron and Richard are absolutely for that. It's not that we don't want to talk about SorceryFest, but we absolutely want to support the European sorcery initiatives. So
if you don't call out good effort when it's put in,
exactly, totally true. All right, we're at 15 minutes, and there's still a lot going on the board. I think I lost track, but that's okay.
We have absolutely lost track. But that is okay. I think this board is absolutely jammers. And the life totals are down to 1 and 1. So we're definitely going to be seeing some Death's Door soon.
Yep. How long have you been playing Sorcery?
I've been playing Sorcery for about 8 months.
Ah, good. That's a nice amount of time. Do you feel, as a Magic the Gathering player, it's a lot?
I completely miscounted 6, but I don't think I'm going to be called up on it in court.
No,
What was your question?
As a Magic the Gathering player, do you feel you pick it up more easily?
I think so.
Yeah.
But I think there's a great joy to, that the golden rule in sorcery, the way that the cards are written and the kind of narrative of the game, there's a great joy being kind of almost disengaging maybe slightly when you're reading a card initially, wondering about its prowess and how highly good it is, and kind of living in the world of the card for a moment, thinking, what does this card do? What is this representing? Even though I think Magic is very advantageous for kind of having a head start on the tactical aspect of it, the first thing I look at when I see a card is, what's the story here?
Yeah, true. No, I hear you. But I think it's definitely the case. And I feel like, as a Magic player, I have played Sorcery, obviously, and I'm okay at it. I do not know the cards from heart. I mean, if I see this board here, I know several of the cards, but definitely not all of them, which makes it difficult to know what's going on. But if I'm at a table and I can read the cards, which I do with Magic the Gathering if I know them, or if I don't know them as well, and it's easy to get into. And like you said, you have that feeling like, okay, what does this card do? Where does this card end up? If you are considering that this happens first, this effect comes next, whatever. So yeah, I think it's definitely a lot easier to get into if you're a little bit used to trading card games. But in the end, even if you are not, Sorcery is definitely very thematic, which draws you in as well. Yeah. I think stuff like
I think the game has kind of front-loaded maybe a lot of complexity as well.
Yeah.
In that you have to understand movement. You have this entire spatial element.
But that is what still throws me off.
Yeah, absolutely.
The different levels. Like submerged, the normal terrain, air, and then you already also got flooded, and that sometimes is a little bit much to keep track of. But overall, true. Sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay. I think it's interesting how this game has a lot of complexity in the format, in the way that you can move, in its systems, and then it allows the cards to be actually written more simply and to have maybe less rules complexity in individual cards and more in how they can interact, and then the actual kind of deploying of them to the board.
Because everything is a little bit intuitive in that sense, and in the end, normally I've had it, I've seen it at many tournaments and here as well, but also at Ask and Resk, that people are just sitting down, and they talk to each other, and somebody doesn't really know what this card does, and then the other ones explain it, and they're like, but maybe it's like this, and then they agree, and that's sorcery as well. It's like, yeah, of course there are rules, but
Yes.
it's a little bit easygoing. So if there's something wrong with Magic Gathering, it's like, judge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here it's like, well, okay, let's do it like this.
Well, there's an understanding.
Yes,
That you have
yeah.
to.
People are much more relaxed. That's, I think, because it's obviously we are very competitive here, but it's in my eyes a little bit of a kitchen table game in the beginning.
I think it's fair to say, even an event like this, we have 125 players, 7 rounds. People are committing a huge amount of time to it.
Yeah.
But I still think it's true to say everyone who's playing in the event obviously would be delighted and happy to win the event. No, none of them would say, "Oh no, not for me. No, thank you."
Especially with these prices.
But exactly.
I mean that uncut sheet,
gorgeous.
Yeah.
But I also think it's fair to say, if you went around and asked people, "Is your goal for today to win?" you'd get an awful lot of no's.
Yeah.
You'd have people who are looking to play their deck, looking to see interesting things.
Exactly.
And the format offers so much more in return that you couldn't possibly capture on a list of prizes.
No, I totally agree with that. Everybody is more or less looking for a fun time. And of course, everybody wants to win, but I don't think anybody will be very sad if they don't. So in the end, absolutely true.
And even those looking to win are doing it because that's where they find the fun.
Yep.
I think if you ultimately weren't having fun at these events, it's not that you'd come back and be acting more competitively.
No.
I think it's actually that you'd stop coming. And the fact that people come back and back and back,
True.
and that the community is building so strongly.
Yeah. I mean, last year I think we've been 70 people here, and then this year, of course, we are more than 140. I mean, not everybody's playing, but still. Ask and Rask was the same. I think we started out in 2024 with 40 people. The year after we had 55. And then in Austria now, this year, we had like 80 people, of which I think about 50 played. So yeah, it was crazy.
I mean, if you could get your bank account to do what your attendance is doing, you'd be laughing.
Yeah.
Amazing. That's in huge growth.
Unfortunately, as an organizer and as somebody who helps out with these kind of events, the bank account is only dropping.
Of course, naturally.
Because we all do it voluntarily.
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
all do it because we love the game and we want to see.
But
the
that
game
growth
succeed.
is phenomenal. And
I
to actually
get
see
your joke
people
about that.
coming, huge.
Yeah, no, it is definitely growing, and I can be a little bit critical sometimes. People who know me know that as well, because I sometimes point out things that I think could be done better, and we could have even more growth. But overall, Sorcery is doing extremely well, and there's no doubt about that.
No, I think it's important to keep kind of a broad look of things anyway. You never want to stymie something that could be accelerating and doing.
No, definitely. You don't want to be known as the negative
curmudgeonly-
Nancy
no.
neither,
No,
but
no.
on the other hand, handshake. Who won? Fill me in here.
That is a terrific question. Now, I've been looking at you for the last 2 minutes.
Yeah. I'm a good-looking guy. I understand.
So unless it's you that won, I think I might be slightly out of the loop here.
That's all right. Let's ask the chat. Who won, guys? Fill the commentators in.
I think
who won.
that is the messiest board of cards. It's very difficult looking at the board to be able to tell who won.
Yeah. Crazy.
That's the messiest board of cards we've seen all weekend so far. I know we saw a Ring of Margan there at the end, which when both players are on death's door is obviously a very scary threat to have come down, but we can't take that as gospel. Let's see if we see one player here with a very obvious fist bump. That might If we see but I think they're good sports. I suspect we won't be seeing that. Now, I'm going to go, we'll find out what the ultimate result of that match was. We'll do it in a tactful way so that we don't embarrass the players by saying, guys, by the way, what just happened?
Who won, guys? Are you talking to the players after the matches here as well, or you don't?
In the later rounds, I think we're going to start getting people in for interviews, but I think we're about to take a break for lunch at the moment.
Yeah, true.
And then later we're going to, in between the different rounds...
I believe Aaron won.
With a stealthy squeaker after a feign death. Amazing.
Who do we got here? Podcast?
Rule of podcast.
Rule of podcast.
Or Rule Zero podcast. I beg your pardon.
No glasses mean I have to go very far away and then it's still very small. Now, Rule Zero podcast. Yeah, Aaron. Thanks for that, man.
So 2 decks there, very interesting. Aaron with his stealthy squeakers, and Mark with a deck full of Voidwalk minions for his Harbinger, both of which were decks that we had an eye on coming into this tournament. We thought, oh, if we could get them on camera, that'd be terrific. And as it turns out, they were both paired. So amazing.
Nice.
What an
That's-
opportunity.
Yeah, good luck.
So, folks, I think we're going to leave you there now. We're going to take a break on this side for lunch. I'll throw us over onto the camera. Here's myself and Jurgen.
Yes, hello.
Thank you so much for being with me. I'm going to see you again later.
Yeah.
We'll interview Elvira. We'll make that work. We'll do it after one of the rounds.
Sounds like a plan.
For now, I think we're going to let people go maybe get lunch themselves. We're both going to go get a bite to eat.
I think that would be a good idea.
Super.
Yeah.
Maybe
We have to be fit for the questions and the interviews.
We'll both go hunting down a bottle of wine, I think, as well.
Let's do that a little bit later after the
Yes,
interviews.
for
Otherwise,
sure.
the questions might be really
That's fair,
weird.
And Elvira, it says here you like dry... no, sorry. Yeah. Perfect.
That was us.
That was us. Sorry,
what's the
sorry,
question?
sorry.
Well,
That's my order.
your
for the bar.
artwork.
Yeah. Okay. Jurgen, we'll let the guys go here. Folks, thank you so much for staying with us for the first 2 rounds of
Hey.
Constructed.
There I am.
Nerd and proud of it. There
Yes.
you are indeed on the
We
stream.
just had Cardboard Guide and Nerd and Proud of It. And
Jeff Menges there.
Jeff Menges, yeah, who was here last year. It was really nice.
And then I believe the Vineyard should be coming up here as well.
That's PCG grading. That's Heiner. He helps Cardboard Guide and myself. He has the White Rabbit game store as well. Bandrashek Winery.
There we go.
are.
Wonderful.
Yes, now then we can explain the logos as well. Yeah, very nice. Are you dropping anything off for grading at PCG grading today with Heiner?
To me, personally, a card in a slab is like a bottle of wine.
You have to
want-
open it?
You have to open it. You have to open it. You gotta play with the contents.
I know, but I don't grade a lot neither.
Mhm.
I'm a player in that sense and a collector as well,
Mhm.
and I like to have my cards available.
Mhm.
But for example, at Eskenrask, I had an Atlantean Fate, which I still had in
Gorgeous.
my binder, signed by Aronia Art, who was present there, and I gave it to PCG grading. I'm just going to put the slab up. I probably will get the slab today, and I'm just going to put it up somewhere on a shelf with her
Mhm.
signature on it. And that's a card I probably won't play anyway.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
For me, I think something about the card becomes so impersonal in a slab. It, unless you know it, you're in a slab, and suddenly the card's just associated with this number, and that kind of becomes the entirety of the card's entity. What I think is really interesting is PCG are offering at this event a special service where when you get your card graded, you get a unique SorceryFest kind of banner across the top of the slab.
Yep.
Now, that to me is very appealing and is very interesting. Suddenly you're telling that story again, the event where it happened. It holds a lot more memory
It
than
is-
kind of reducing it to just a number.
Exactly, and that's
Yeah.
the cool thing about it. We started that at Eskenrask 1.
Yeah, what a great idea.
And then we had it for Siege at the Core, the Belgium event as well, which was the next tournament. And then we had it for SorceryFest 1 as well as for Eskenrask 2. And then for the Arthurian Legends launch, there was a special one. Yeah, I collect them all. I got at least one card with every special label in my. I actually got a graded card binder, and I put those in. And like I
Cool.
said, I don't grade a lot of cards, but just because I want to have that
They're
memento.
keepsakes, yes.
Yeah,
But
keepsake.
again, and even the way you're treating it, it's more than just a number. It's about
yeah.
having that story and having the memory.
I'm meeting Rafaela, having her sign the card. She was at our event, super cool. Or here meeting Jeff Menges and having him sign a card and then grade that with the SorceryFest 1 logo. These kind of things, awesome, good fun. I think Arthurian Legends. At the Arthurian Legends launch, I was the first one to buy an Arthurian Legends box worldwide
Oh, wow.
because I was in there at I think 9:15 in the morning because I had a press pass and all the consumers are only allowed into the venue at 10. So I went to the sorcery booth right away and got into line. I talked to the guys because I know them a little bit, obviously because of the channel, but they sold me the first box and then I opened it live at the booth.
Incredible.
And Eric joined me. So he was like, I was opening the first Arthurian Legends box worldwide together with Eric. It was really good fun. And I pulled, I think, a Witch, not foil, but a normal one, which I really, really like because I like Severin
Absolutely.
Pino's art
Amazing.
a lot.
Yeah.
And I had that one graded with the Arthurian Legends launch logo from PCG. And that's a good memory as well.
That's wonderful.
So these kind of things, yes. Yeah. So what are you going to grade today? Now I made you enthusiastic.
Oh God!
Memory of Sorcery Fest.
I have I have 1 pack of Gothic. I have 3 packs of Arthurian Legends sitting back in the Airbnb. We'll have to rip it, and
see if
and
there's
maybe we'll
something
see if we have
special in
something.
there, and then maybe there's a card in there from one of the artists, and then you can have that one signed and that one slapped.
You know, I have picked up a foil Finwives. My girlfriend's a marine zoologist.
Very nice.
She loves the card, so that's going as a gift there.
Well, what about Mariner's Curse from Elvira?
Mariner's Curse is lovely. What I got, my favorite card from Elvira, I got a foil frisky red squirrel.
The red squirrel
with the
is very
absolutely
nice.
luscious hair. What a card!
It's a beautiful card. Yeah, I'd actually traded one away yesterday. I make a little series this weekend in which I trade up. You know these.
Very good. Yeah.
So I already got 4 videos. I traded the frisbee.
And you've been practicing your puppy dog eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Please give me something good.
Please.
Yes,
you lower your stature. You walk around on your knees with your shoes. Yeah, I love it.
That's me. If you see somebody crawling through the hallway, then that's me.
Oh, don't mind that.
No.
There he goes.
People can check it out on the channel. Nerd and Proud of It. But I already got like 4 videos up, and the first one was I traded a squirrel for an altar of a ghoul. So that was my first trade.
An altar of a ghoul?
Yes.
Oh, very cool. What's the ghoul doing?
The ghoul itself, I don't know. I think it's a small creature, and it's just an alpha, beta ordinary, but I think it has like strength 1 or 2. It doesn't do a lot, but the altar looked really, really awesome.
Cool.
We got a lot of.
It's kind of a generic. It's not like the card ghoul. It's actually just a kind of a generic spooky ghoul.
I believe it's based on the ghoul and then altered towards a little bit of a different ghoul.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's nice.
And the goal now is to try moving upwards from that.
Yeah, I traded that one for a foil Dispel promo. That was the second trade.
Very nice.
That was very nice. And then I traded the foil Dispel promo with the artist Pietro, who does a lot of altars as well, who's in the artist room too, for a mystery pack in which he had like 2 altars and some of his tokens.
Very cool.
And then I traded that with Richard. Richard opened it and he liked it a lot. And he traded me an alpha box topper from one of the alpha boxes in my 4th trade. Because they opened a lot of alpha yesterday.
They certainly did.
For the draft. And he gave me for the altars from Pietro, he gave me the box topper.
Amazing.
And the box topper is the next card I have to trade. So next thing I have to trade.
One question, Jürgen.
What's the ultimate goal?
When are you going to stop? Is it Lamborghini? Is it
I want to drive home back to Utrecht. Instead of 2 hours, I got to drive home in
Maybe
1 hour in
private
a
jet.
Lamborghini. Yeah.
They say the taxes are
Private jet would be nice as well. Helicopter, no. Yeah. Honestly, I don't have one. I see what I said is I'm going to see where I end up on Sunday evening and what I have.
And you can't be disappointed.
No. And people already suggested you need to keep this up. You need to make this a community thing. And the next Ask and Rest tournament, you need to continue with that trade, the last trade from here, and trade up there. But I think at a certain point it stops. I mean, but you never know. I will try. Next one first will be trade number 5. We can trade later on. Do you have something for the alpha box topper?
I think I have a 6-pack of Red Bull. And those 4 booster packs in the apartment. But we can have a look.
We can have a look. I think you're not quite there then.
Not quite there. No.
And you were unlucky because my brother is working for Red Bull and I got a whole trunk full of Red Bull back at the Airbnb. So yes, it's only the booster packs and then
I've tried selling my Red Bull to the worst man in all of Leeuwarden to sell Red Bull to. Okay, perfect. No worries.
Thanks, bro.
Folks, it's myself here and Jürgen. Do you want to give out your one last shout out there to your channel?
Yeah, maybe we can wait just a few seconds before we have lunch, and then we have it on the screen. The channel is called Nerd and Proud of It. It's one of the first sorcery channels and one of the few European sorcery channels. And here we got Cardboard Guide, which I think is the best sorcery channel out there. Lovely Sophie, and that's me.
And there we go.
Nerd and Proud of It. And that's how the channel is called as well. So check that one out and hit that subscribe button. Would be nice.
We'll catch back up with you later. And we'll catch back up with everyone here after lunch. Folks, thank you so much. We'll see you later for round 3 of Sorcery Fest Constructed.
Stay healthy, stay frosty.
Super. Bye-bye, folks.
Bye.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to round 3 of the constructed event at SorceryFest 2026. The round is just starting now, and we have another interesting deck for you here. We're featuring the only one of this avatar in the event. It's Duplicator. Duplicator allowing Danny in the situation to play multiples of uniques. Not so unique anymore. Now his opponent is Sebastian. Sebastian is playing a Geomancer deck. I'll be pulling up the lists here now. We can have a little look at what they're playing. Sebastian going first here, starting off with the side and placing rubble to the right. Sebastian describes his Geomancer deck as being a Mudmancer. We're seeing an interesting water and earth mix. Danny, on the other hand, is playing earth and fire in his Duplicator deck, packed full of double copies of each unique. Early toolbox here for Geomancer. Plays a second sight in front of himself. Smokestacks here turning off that bridge, and a Sister Stefania for Danny. Now, Geomancer offers a good amount of card advantage, being able to replace his rubbles with sights. Prevents Sebastian from ever having to draw sights early in the game. Now there's a Crown of the Victor there, a card that we've seen quite a bit of this weekend, but its Crown of the Victors are of course being handed out to the winners of the various events here at SorceryFest. What the trolls describe as a tradition of theirs. Sebastian breaking his toolbox here. Very nice, and it looks like an ice lance. Ice lance taking out the Lady Isolde and removing the ward there from the Sister Stefania. A fourth sight then for Sebastian. Thin ice. Looks like Fields of Camlin for me. From Danny. Another attack with the Sister Stefania. And an Amphalos. Eat hard Amphalos obviously fits perfectly into Danny's elements here for Duplicator, offering him both Earth and Fire, and he's even able to play two of them. Some decks often have to decide when they're playing a second Amphalos. Will they play one which, you know, only offers their kind of their main color and is wasting one element? But not Danny. Danny can cast spells of both elements from his pair of Amphaloses. Dropping Nag Bullfrog there, answering the Sister. Now a unicorn here from Sebastian. Won't be. Oh. And a polymorph. Targeting the Rebex. Now just a frog token. Nicely dealt with. The minions on the Thin Ice are currently a frog token and a Sister Stefania. Previously a Rebex, before it was a frog token. Morgana for Danny. One of two. I could say that about literally every card in his deck. Loads of card advantage here for Danny. 3 cards under Morgana. And Omphalos as well. It looks like an Archangel Michael. The smokestacks, I believe, is silencing the Thin Ice, which is why there's such a heavy weight allowed to be placed on top. Philosopher's Stone there for Danny. That's going to offer him a bit of a discount going forward, which he could definitely use, given that he has so many cards to choose from. Britter Rasputin. Push in for another chunk of damage there with the Sister Stefania, and back to Sebastian. I think we can make out a returned king in Danny's hand there. The Geomancer is able to claim that frog token, and that kill should activate the Crown of the Victor. Which in theory means the Geomancer is now able to threaten the Sister Stefania. Well, that was a nice thought, but Gargantula will actually take care of that Sister Stefania for Sebastian, who won't have to either eat the damage of killing it with his face or take the time to do it. He's deciding now where he wants to drag it to. And there it is. Ah, there it is. Seventh site here for Danny. He also has a discount from his stone. He's looking at cards from Omphalos, cards from Morgana, cards from his hand. He's any number of options here. We're being joined here by Richard coming in, poking around the stock. Hello, Richard.
I can also join for a bit. How we doing?
We're watching Duplicator.
Oh, Danny. Yeah.
Danny has any number of cards. He has Morgana, he has Omphalos, he has a handful of cards
Sweet.
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. I talked to him and he was afraid that the stream might last only for 10 minutes.
Well, it's lasting longer than that.
Yeah, in the first round he got this butt kicked by a red aggro deck.
Oh.
Which with Duplicator he doesn't have any...
no, any easy answers to...
Run, run! It's a doosje.
Nou,
die kartonnen doos daar, die kunnen we daarvoor gebruiken. Ja. Links. Nee, die, links. Oh, die, ja. Ja.
I think here he's trying to free his sister Stefania from underneath the Gargantula.
Oh ja, ja.
There's a small bit of discussion. I'm not exactly sure about what. This Geomancer deck is a bit interesting as well. It's actually playing a lot of water sites. Earth, water.
Oh, that's a
Mudmancer, I think you call it.
Multi-mancer.
Or, yeah, Mudmancer.
Oh, cool. So then we have
Very
two
cool.
more fun decks on the stream.
Now, water sites, interestingly, won't trigger the ability of Geomancer. You're not going to be getting rubble because you're not playing an earth site. But obviously, Sebastian thinks there's something there and that it's worth it.
Yeah. How many...
He's pretty much half water.
Half water.
He's a good halfway.
Okay. So
Big hits, Lord of Lies, Lilith, all of the good water uniques.
Interesting. And did he get lucky in this? So he was able to play 1-2 earth sites.
And at least 2. I don't think he's...
I
don't think he's hurting for a threshold.
This one comes into play as an earth site because it gives threshold, or is it?
Or is that... That gives... One sec, we can look him up here. He's going to be here somewhere. That should be a...
algae bloom.
No, wrong click, sorry. Yeah. There it is. It's the bloom. So it's always a water, but it just gives earth for the turn. But he has loads of earth. He has the double earth.
And does it then trigger the Geomancer when it enters play?
I don't think so, because I think it's not an earth site itself. It's a water site.
It's a water site.
But it just has an ability which will give you the...
Yeah. So interesting build.
Yeah, very interesting. And he even went for more defensive... he went for more kind of defensive rubble placement rather than putting his first rubble out in front of himself.
Excuse me.
God bless you. And rather than kind of playing his rubble forward and trying to replace it to kind of get the valuable 3 rubble start you can have on Geomancer, he started them off at the side.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, thanks, chat helping here with the ruling on the algae bloom. Yeah, so I think Duplicator is, of course, such an interesting avatar.
So
also
fun.
For the future of sorcery.
Incredible.
Imagine what you could do.
And it's now, I know in some ways this can only be said about every card, but it's one of those avatars it really will only get better as the card pool grows. A bit like Imposter. Imposter will only ever get more options, you know?
Yeah, true.
We see the crown there. He got that crown active earlier.
And I love also Autumn Unicorn. Like, this is one of the best minions in the game, and was here from the beginning and still being
so
played.
Reliable.
Yeah, and still you get a bit scared when you see it.
Yeah. It's interesting to have cards with good, interesting abilities and to be able to be tricky, but sometimes raw stats can create a lot of pressure.
So that card was one of the triggers for me to really get into sorcery and love the whole art. I remember opening my Magic booster the first time in probably 1995, and there was this Pearl Unicorn card
Yes.
in it. So and that really spoke to me, the art.
Amazing.
And then opening my first sorcery pack,
you
and
saw
then
this?
saw this Autumn Unicorn,
The
and I
cogs
think,
started turning.
and
Yeah,
then I was
you said,
done.
that's it.
Yeah, I think within 6-7 weeks we opened the shop and went full in.
Very
That's
good.
amazing.
Is that a Tullov Drake?
Yeah, looks like it.
Tullov, of course, being Irish for ground.
Ah, so I'm learning stuff. Yeah, it's cool.
And then Tullov Drake can't be moved by force. And if you look at it, it's pretty much made out of earth, made out of ground.
Ah, so ground. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So now I just finished a fantasy novel yesterday with drakes being a big part of them.
Very
So
cool.
now,
Yeah, now their spelling of dreg there, D-R-E-I-G. I
Yeah.
don't know, is that particularly Celtic inspired? But the Tullov is certainly
Yeah,
means
okay.
floor.
ah, cool. I love how also sorcery is just rooted in our own
Yes.
folklore. And
We saw Grigory Rasputin there. It's folklore and it's also, real world characters, and there's such an interesting element to the game. I really like how, rather than saying we're going to create everything ourselves, the game isn't afraid to, where something is evocative and meaningful and where people have a really, really strong idea, they say we're going to take it and use it.
just do it. Yeah, sure.
And it gives you these great moments where you see a name that you're familiar with or a historical figure who means something to you, and for a brief moment you go, "That's so funny." You see Jack the Ripper, and
Killing
it's
Morgana.
very different to a card called Barry the Slasher, and you have to go, "Who is this guy? What's his deal?"
Yeah,
I guess he has a big knife. Okay, Jack the Ripper. You go, "Oh, he's serious."
Well, he reminds me of Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
But,
Exactly. Yeah. And then you have that awful moment where you have to say to your friends, "Yeah, he's Jack the Ripper, right?" And then we just skate past all of that. He is Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, just steeped into.
Jack the Ripper, of course, never thought he'd be featured in a fantasy card game back then. Well, we don't know what he thought, really, do we?
So, Jack, what's your motive?
Yeah.
Well,
we tried to get Jack on the stream, but he wasn't available.
Shit.
We're trying to stay as up to date. We had Jurgen in with us during the last game. The last round was so fun.
Yeah,
we had the Owl Piggies, Squeakers.
Oh, the Squeakers, yeah.
And Feign Deaths. So fun. And it was a stealthed Squeaker that ended up getting the kill on Death's Door. So great.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Now, the actual on death trigger for Squeakers, not putting in much work.
No.
But the one power and the cute little face did just enough. Did just enough. But myself and Jurgen, the conversation really it really devolved into chat about wine and laughing and talking about artists very quickly. We look back at the board. Most of the games have been relatively straightforward, a few plays here and there. The last round, the board was filled with things everywhere, and we were like, we've completely lost the handle on where this game has gone.
Talk about wine.
And we had to say to the chat, we said, "Chat, we saw the players picking up their cards. Chat, who won?"
So basically, the live streams we are used to do in old school Magic, they end up in one non-PG.
As well they should.
Drunken.
Yeah, good, of course.
So we have to, of course, also entertain the audience.
Absolutely. Well, there's no point in, my sorcery knowledge, I hope, is good for as long as I've been playing the game, but relative to the players that we have here playing, especially up at those top tables.
It's, but don't be too shy.
Oh, no, not at all. No. Mostly, I think what matters is that we have sort of a bit of companionship on the stream and that we're able to tie everything together. But it would be a disservice anyway if we were only strictly focused on...
Yeah, it would be like a Dutch football commentator. So player 10 passes the ball to player 11. It passes back to number 10. And that basically sums up our World Cup match. So fun. I'll leave you to it.
I'll leave you to it. Sorry, you're leaving me to it. I'm not leaving you to anything. Yeah, absolutely, Richard. We'll catch up with you after. And we'll have Elvira in at the end of this round. Once the players are done, we'll have an interview with her.
Probably. No, they're setting up now somewhere else.
Oh, perfect. They're going with Jurgen?
Yeah.
Lovely.
And then I'll get probably Danny or something.
Oh, amazing.
Get him on the stream. Talk about his deck.
Love it. Yeah, that'd be super.
Cool.
Very interesting point in chat there about Sister Stefania's silence maybe stopping the Gargantula's Genesis ability. I think you very well could be correct. I suspect even if they were to call Judge now, it might be a little bit late in the day here. They've gone substantially past that. Sister Stefania, hello, hello. We've met her before. This is, of course, her twin. I suppose this card really could be called Sister Stefania's Sister Stefania. No, Sister Stefania's Sister Stefania. There we go. If you got slightly lost in that last joke there, don't worry about it. She does the same thing as the last one we met. Sebastian feels quite strong here with that crown in his hand, with a very powerful geomancer, but of course being on death's door, he must also feel incredibly fragile and vulnerable at the same time. And it looks like that's game. Danny's just after taking the win there. We're going to get Danny in here if we can. Players are taking turns, taking cards from their hand or under their Omphalos or from their Morgana and just placing them down on the board one at a time there, going through a series of fantasy scenarios. What could have been? We're going to see if we can get Danny in here for an interview, talk to him about building his duplicator deck, talk to him about how his tournament's going, and how he's been enjoying the weekend here at SorceryFest. Folks, that's the end of the game for round 3. We're going to be back in just a few minutes to interview one of the players. Hello, folks. We're back. I'm joined here by Danny. Danny, you're after winning a very interesting game on camera with your Duplicator deck.
Yeah.
What made you bring Duplicator this weekend?
I thought it was a very fun deck to play.
Mhm.
So I think not a lot of people play Duplicated.
Mhm.
It's not a lot to try it out. And I was thinking I need to make this work
Yeah.
somehow. So let's see if it works.
So you had decided on the avatar duplicator before you ever decided on what the contents of the deck would be. It was
Yeah, indeed. So I first played a fire water deck. I played it 2 times.
okay.
That didn't work for me, so I switched over to this one and actually started playing it here.
Okay, amazing. So this weekend is your first actual
Yeah.
games in with the deck.
Yeah.
Incredible. You're the only duplicator player in the entire event.
Oh, really?
We thought it'd be great to get your deck on camera, and even better that we got to see you win.
Yeah,
with it.
yeah, really nice. Yeah.
What do you feel, other than just the fun factor, when you're actually building your duplicator deck, deciding what uniques will I include, what will I cut?
Yeah.
What's the thought process there?
So I think statistics is really important because you have a lot of disadvantage because of the 2 spells and 2 sides and starting hand. So I needed to think about that. How can I deal with that? So I need to have more control deck, so some minions on turn 2, turn 3. So that made me play Earth. Also need to think about the threshold and size. So I think a lot of it was statistics and thinking about drawing odds, etc. to see, okay, you don't want to be stuck with a lot of high power.
No, it
minions.
would be very easy to take the most expensive, the most flashy,
Indeed.
blingy uniques
Yeah.
and just get run over by an aggro deck.
Yeah.
And I think some of your early threats, things like Mover of Mountains, aren't actually even the most scary threats,
No.
but they're just a stopgap
Indeed,
to
they're
ensure
there to block and to make
they're
me
just dudes.
advance.
Get
Yeah.
them out and
Yeah,
use
yeah,
them.
yeah,
Perfect.
yeah.
Okay, really interesting. And you mentioned how the deck has to overcome that disadvantage of starting with fewer cards.
Yeah.
But interestingly, in that game, we saw you looking at 3 cards from your sister Stefania. You had 2 cards or 3 under an Omphalos at one point. You had another 2 more cards in your hand. I mean, you were.
Yeah, I had 3 hands, so I was
Yeah.
like, okay, it was quite
Yeah.
difficult to.
So if left kind of unanswered, the deck can accumulate huge card advantage.
Yeah, indeed.
One thing we said, it's interesting, a lot of decks decide if they want to play a second Omphalos, then they're going to pick one that kind of, one of the colors is going to be null and void. They just will kind of forget about it.
Yeah.
But luckily, you even get to play double on color.
Yeah.
Just perfect.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, huge advantages there. How have your other games been going so far?
Not so well.
Okay.
So I had some. There's a lot of luck also involved in the draw, of course.
Yes.
So, and the first 2 games I didn't have lucky draws, and especially against aggro, this deck
Struggles.
is tough. So.
And is it aggro decks you've been facing mostly?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fire Pathfinder. Or...
Yeah, no, that was I think one elementalist aggro.
Okay.
And the other one I forgot.
They ran you down, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, best of luck with the rest of your games.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can avoid the aggro pool.
Yeah.
Are you playing tomorrow?
Not sure yet. So,
Not sure yet.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, best of luck if you do, and certainly best of luck for the rest of today's
thank you.
tournament. Okay, thank you so
Thank you
much,
very
Danny.
much.
Folks, we're going to be right back with you for round 4 after a few minutes. Thank you so much. Hello, folks, and welcome back to round 4 of the constructed event here at SorceryFest. Now, you might notice a little something different about this round. It looks as if we have Necromancer playing against a big blank square. That blank square is not there because we don't have the graphic for Imposter pulled up currently. It's there because Sky is playing Imposter, and he will be changing from avatar to avatar. And also we don't have the graphic for Imposter ready at the moment. That's something I'll be working on here in the background. A little bit more about these folks' decks. Corby is playing a very, very heavy into water Necromancer list, similar to other things we've seen getting a lot of play recently, and it's splashing air for a couple of the hits. Blinks, grapple shots, whirling blades, and as far as minions go, a Jack the Ripper, a card that was featured a bit in our conversation last round, and a Dapperil Vampire. Sky, on the other hand, is playing an Earth Fire Imposter. His collection absolutely bulging there with avatars. Hits like Ironclad, Interrogator, Enchantress, Death Speaker, Avatar of Earth, Archimago, Sorcerer, Witch, Savior. Hits including, in that case, actually just meaning here's the entire 10-card list of his collection. Ooh. A little bit interesting here, Sky's deck isn't just playing Earth and Fire, he's also playing a couple of air cards, things like Blink, Lightning Bolt, and Grapple Shot. A skeleton there from Corby on Necromancer early, who'd have thought it? A tower, potentially a 3 play here. Order of the Oak, very good. Gnome Hollows here able to stop the Order of the Oak from putting too much pressure on Sky's Imposter here, but the skeletons will be able to move straight through. The kettle top will, of course, be an obstacle to that. Sky wanting to stop as much aggression onto his avatar as possible, so that later when he does don a mask, he'll be able to get as much value from it and hold on to it for as long as possible. Desert here, removing the ward. And I see your Order of the Oak, and I raise it Order of the White Wing. His own warded 3 mana, 3 power minion. Another tower here from Corby, unlocking a 5-mana play for this turn. Lacuna Entity, very nice. Allows Corby a clean trade, Sky declining to move and block. Players moving back there, undoing that little bit of action. And it looks there as if an Into the Abyss was used instead of playing out a Lacuna Entity. Ultimately meaning the same thing, both of the 3-cost minions trading. And here we go, a production faux pas turning into a great opportunity. Here we now have Pathfinder for Sky, moving and playing aside. This mismanaged mortuary here, a very, very good site for Necromancer in this matchup. Very good against Death Speaker and Archimago from Sky. Another site, choosing Fire this time from Sky. Valley of Delight here, quite useful when Sky's playing 3 colours, allowing him to really pick what he needs. The Kettle Top here backtracking. Take that skeleton off the board. Even small skeletons are all it takes to break the mask off a Pathfinder. So making sure that there's not a load of small bony boys running amok on the board. Good high priority for Sky. believe Kai is after using a common sense. Wasn't quite able to catch what he got. But it was almost definitely an ordinary card. A swap here, switching the unicorn with the skeleton token, removing the blocker and allowing the Lacuna entity to break the mask. Pathfinder no more. Sky's Imposter now back in the nip. And in need of an answer to that Lacuna entity before he can think about getting dressed up fancy again. Oh yeah, it would appear that players forgot that when you swap a unicorn for a skeleton, the skeleton doesn't cease to exist. It actually swaps with the unicorn. Very good. A desert here from Sky. That's an answer anyway to the token. But the entity still breathing down his neck. Kettletop's getting in some chip. Grapple shot there, moving the unicorn back to the Kettletop gnome. And a Morgana. Can't quite make out what that site was. I think it was a treetop hideout. Oh, and a nice unique here for Necromancer. The Green Knight. This Green Knight is threatening both of the units from Sky. Okay, one unit has to attack, the second has to attack. Green Knight strikes a nearby enemy on death, but it looks like he'll have nothing to target here. That's a good catch in the chat. Yes, it does look like actually earlier the grapple was into the avatar for the strike and then a move backwards and attack. I think at the time I may have said that it was the other way around, but of course that would not be possible. It would be possible, but of course you'd grapple to your own unit and then you'd only have the choice to strike your own kettle tops. Ring of Morgan here making its way onto Morgana. Very nice, a blink. Blink going to provide the 7th point of damage, it looks like here, to deal with the Green Knight. He's taken 4 from the Unicorn, 2 from the Kettle Top, and it looks like a 7th now from the Ring. I think the players might be discussing the order that things happen in here with regards to the blink, the ping from the Ring of Morgan, then any death triggers from the Green Knight. Looks like we saw a third pair of hands there. No doubt they've gotten a judge to walk them through this. Down goes the Green Knight, and the Unicorn is going with it. Morgana lives another day. Site number 7 for Sky. And I think those are his cards for Morgana. Yep, Gargantula. A very nice answer here to the entity. And now there's once again no pressure on his avatar. No doubt we'll see another mask soon. Although he is still being hindered by the mismanaged mortuary. That's a good point in the chat. Slightly unsure of the order there. It's entirely possible as well. He would have chosen to hit the unicorn. But given that we saw, I think, a third pair of hands, I think it's fair to assume the players did know how it would happen. And maybe he chose to go for the unicorn. Great amount of pointing here. A bit of tapping as well. Seems to be a little bit of discussion here. It's entirely possible that this is over the Green Knight and his Deathrite trigger. And away we go, we're back in it. Here we go with the Simulacrum. Looks like there's a stealth counter on it, so we can assume, and there's 3 cards, that's going to be a Morgana. Toolbox as well. Lots of options now for Corby. He's quite down in life, 7 to 13. Gargantula coming in for 4. Just 3 away now from Death's Door. Looks like we'll be able to get there for Sky this turn. We seem to have stalled out here slightly. Not sure if the players are deep in contemplation or if they're discussing something. I believe we're still in Sky's turn. He's attacked with the Gargantula so far this turn, and now he's picking up the Morgana. Where is that headed? Looks to be attacking on the spot. Undefended, that attack would be 3 damage. Corby would be put to death's door. Looks like he's weighing up here whether or not he wants to take the hit. He has his own Morgana. He also has the Lacuna entity. And it looks like he's choosing Death's Door. Sky is forcing us to use the graphics overlay again. Looks to me like he's picked Sorcerer and drawn a card. Now I think that's a very fancy looking Frank Frazetta Sorcerer. Unfortunately, we only have the regular, still beautiful alpha art. It's here behind me on the wall as well. And a Pudge Butcher. Pudge Butcher threatening Corby's Necromancer avatar here. Of course, an old get over here from the Pudge Butcher would be the end of the game for Corby at this stage. This toolbox is turning into a blink. Very nice. And I'll get out of dodge for the Necromancer and get another card for your troubles. euro there. Now, what does Corby have to keep himself safe here? With Sky on 14, he's a good amount of damage away from dooring him. Very good. A copy of Gargantula for Corby. Stealing Sky's Gargantula and then trading Morgana into Morgana. Players looking at what could have been. Morgana had a few spells left in her book. Don't know if she actually has a book. She certainly has 3 spells anyway. That's her own business. I'm sure she can read. Baylor, and that's it. Baylor, of course, able to hit units, whether they're above or below the surface, and that Necromancer naturally is very much above, and on Death's Door, no less. Sky gets the win there. Congratulations, Sky. Folks, we're now going to be following the top tables for the rest of the tournament. So we'll be generally looking at people who are leading the pack in the race for the top 8. We are scheduled to have round 5 starting at 20 minutes past 3. So we're only a few minutes away. I know time in the round is about to be called. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Hello, folks. Welcome back. A brief interruption here before round 5. I'm joined by two very, very esteemed guests.
Hey, I'm Jürgen, not that proud of it, and we are here with.
Elvira Pawlikowska, an
An-
illustrator
Amazing.
for Sorcery.
Folks, how is your weekend going so far?
You start, ladies first.
No, it's amazing. It's very intense, but really interesting. And it's great to meet so many people.
I think once the doors opened on Friday, it's been all go since then. There's not been a moment to rest, and
Not at all.
No.
It's been crazy. It's been a fantastic weekend. I enjoy myself very much today because I already had a chat with Elvira, which was awesome. But I see a lot of people enjoying themselves, and not only during gameplay, but in the artist room with you and your colleagues as well, fellow artists. I think that's awesome, and the whole atmosphere is really, really great, as it was last year as well. So SorceryFest delivers again.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think it delivers for people who come for all number of things. People who want the competitive prizes, people trying to win those bottles of wine that we mentioned earlier, but also people looking to even learn how to play the game. People looking to meet new friends, looking to maybe pick up a rare card that the trolls have for sale, or
Yep.
people coming to get things from the artists. Is there any one of your pieces that maybe has been most popular this weekend, or that people keep saying, "I love Lord of the Void," or "Oh, can I get a signed copy of what's the big hit?"
I would say that Ironclad was the one which actually surprised me because I had no idea that it's so popular. But yeah, that would be the one.
I told you it's my favorite as well from you, and I love Cloud City, but Ironclad, the new one, I somehow speaks to me. But I can understand that people like that. Yeah, why does it surprise you? Did you?
It's not. I would say it's not a typical subject for me, maybe, and the colors are very unique. I mean, I'm not sure if I use those type of colors in any other.
It
of
seems
my
the armor seems
artworks.
very colorful, and that's very nice. Did you do that on purpose, or because you did it the first time? What made you do this the first time in these colors?
Uh, I have no idea because when I paint, I actually usually do not plan ahead all the colors. Usually I know like one color and then I add some other one, and that's how it builds up. So I knew that I want this black and gold armor there, but I had no idea uh, which color to choose for the background.
It
So
just came
I'm
naturally.
so I
And it turned out great. So yeah,
thank you,
no,
because
that's really cool.
pink is not my typical color.
Yeah, but I think that's a little bit of the appeal of the card because it's not something you would imagine for a dark ironclad armor, and in the end, that it is a little bit off color wise in a positive sense makes it very appealing and very different. So yeah, maybe that's why people recognize it so much and like it so much. You never know. Awesome, that's really cool. I think let me throw in a question as well. I think you have been at several events, Siege at the Core as well. You told me. Is there anything that reminds you of the sorcery community? Is there like a certain warmth? Is there an enthusiasm? Is there anything that is universal? What you say is sorcery for you, what you see when people approach you, like, no, yes, no is fine as well. It's a little bit of a weird question maybe, but I personally, let me give you an example, maybe that makes it a little easier. I think the sorcery community is a very welcoming, very
Yeah.
enthusiastic community. That is what I'm like aiming for, in the sense of, do you have a special feeling when you are at these events, what sorcery represents?
I mean, the thing is, I've never been to other types of those events, so sorcery is the only type of events I actually know.
Difficult to
But
compare.
yeah, but I heard that this community is especially friendly and not so competitive. Um, like in the case of other maybe TCGs, which I don't know because I said I have no comparison, but
No,
it's
all good.
very.
No, it is a very friendly community, and I see them very enthusiastic about the art as well, which you probably recognize too. And that's a different thing. If you look at other trading card games, often the art in the back in the day, it was very much on the
Focus.
on the focus or in the focus or the focus itself. And nowadays it becomes less of a focus. And for sorcery, the art is definitely the focus, I think. So yeah, that's very cool.
I think it's important to note that when you're young and you pick up a card, you don't pick up a card and go, "Oh my god, this thing is flying in 3 power." That means nothing.
No.
You look it up and you go, "That's a sick dragon."
It
you know?
looks awesome. Yes, exactly.
If I could ask another question about your art, you mentioned how Ironclad was kind of a step away, maybe, from what you're more used to.
Mhm.
I think in something like 60% of your artwork, you really prominently feature structures and buildings, and you always have architectural detail, and that is coming from your history with architecture. Maybe looking forward, because I know you've kind of discussed that before, is there any setting or any maybe culture or any kind of set idea that could appear in sorcery that you'd love to kind of hack at the architecture of?
Well, definitely Gothic was
Mhm.
was
Yeah.
the one. But yeah, besides that, I mean, like I I like folklore, so maybe something like traditional, either Slavic, because
Mhm.
that's my background, or Nordic Scandinavian
A few
architecture.
kind of long boats and
Yeah,
long
yeah.
buildings, and very interesting. Yeah, that would be very cool. I think people are very excited for something along those themes. People like seeing cultures that they know represented, in mythologies that
Mm.
they've kind of already experienced represented in the game.
Yeah,
Amazing.
no, I think so as well. Totally agree. I very much looking forward to some themes that apparently, are used in the next set and in the dual decks.
Mhm.
You have a card in the dual decks as well. Which one is it? You explained it to me earlier. I hadn't seen it yet. Shame on me. But yeah, it's a very very cool one.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a frostbolt. So
Super
it's
nice.
not at all architectural
No.
one, but yeah.
Is the approach to the card then a little different than your usual approach? Because even like with Ironclad, I think I mentioned it before, you have the
Mhm.
pillars in the back. There's a little bit of architecture here and there, and with the sides, of course, as well. But for a Frostbolt, which was a little more like an isolated piece of the Frostbolt itself, from what I've seen so far, is the approach a little different then, or is it usually the same and you just see how it turns out?
Mm, I mean, I start with composition, so like there is also a very strong composition there. So it doesn't really matter what is in illustration. I always have the same approach. Like,
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Then the illustration itself comes naturally afterwards,
Mhm.
and you start with the composition. Yeah, that's a good way to approach this. If that's your way of working, then and if it works very well,
Yeah.
obviously,
Mhm.
because your art is fantastic. But then that's great. I think you already told me, but I'm looking forward to see more cards of you in the dual decks. So very curious about those.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
no
also
spoilers, no spoilers today.
curious
No.
if there will
Yes.
be something. So.
We won't keep you too much longer. I
Mhm.
know both of you are very, very busy this weekend. Maybe one last question.
Mhm.
Most of your cards have had you planted in earth, air, fire, and with all of these kind of very heavy, rigid structures around. And very few of your cards have actually been water cards because water maybe has a more natural shaped language and is a
Mhm.
lot more flowing. Would you be interested in seeing that continue and sticking to what you know, or would you like to maybe branch out into more water? I know we said there's Frostbolt, and
Mhm.
would you like to experience kind of more
I
water art?
mean, definitely, yeah. I'm
You're open.
developing my skills.
Amazing. Well, we're happy to see them the entire way through the process. Amazing. Folks, I think we might call it there. Jurgen and Elvira, thank you so much for joining me. We're going to go back to round 5 coverage in just a few minutes. Until then, guys, thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Robert.
Amazing.
Thank
It
you.
was
Thank
good
you.
fun. Thank you,
Perfect,
Elvira.
thank you.
Okay.
Folks, we're going to be right back once we find out who in the name of God is playing on the feature match table. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Now, hello folks, welcome back here to round 5 of the constructed portion of Sorcery Fest. Let me just update those player names there. We have Martin on the left playing Geomancer, and on the right we have Joffrey of the Helpful Hobbs playing Archimago. We join this game in progress now after our interview with Elvira Pavlikovska. The players are kindly using a very, very clear mobile app here for us to track their life on. Foot Soldier appears to be the only unit on the board at the moment. Only minion. Mover of Mountains. Joffrey using a Dispel there to his Wizard's Den being attacked by the Foot Soldier. Now, Joffrey's Archimago list looks to be heavy into earth with a splash of fire. And the Geomancer list for Martin also is heavy in earth with a splash of fire. He's playing fire for cards like Redmane Hyena. Those will be very important in this matchup, give him some ability to interact with Joffrey's Cemetery. He'll also be getting additional cemetery hate from his actual sites, things like Funeral Pyre. Now, those he'll obviously want to see at a very particular time. He won't always have control over that playing Geomancer. Sometimes he'll just have to rip them off the top and make use of them then. We're joined here again now by Richard, one of the 2 trolls of the realm.
Hey guys. Yes, just wanted to commentate on the fact that Joffrey, one of the helpful hobbs, then of course telling them in the video on our channel about maybe not playing Archimago. So he was still on the fence.
All talk.
But in the end, I think the lure of Archimago is too strong for Joffrey. And even the other helpful hob. They both are on Archimago.
There was talk that they were going to put it to the community, put up a poll, see what they play, and kind of play with the hand they were dealt.
Yeah.
That obviously fell away.
It fell away. It was too short a time to do that. But
too short time, and I don't know if they really wanted to either, both of them.
They did. Well, Felix had other plans, but
Felix did. Jeffrey told us on stream yesterday, he said, listen, that was maybe a momentary plan, but I kind of just
and then he looked at the Archimago deck he has. It's all foiled out.
All foiled. And look, the big, huge, tall hat on Archimago. How can you not?
Yeah. We have to do that, eh?
Pudge Butcher here, obviously threatening the Avatar on Joffrey's side.
The Legacy.
Shuffling in Omphalos and Ring. Very good. Cheap spells like this, not incredibly impactful in other decks, obviously. Not really providing any substantial advantage, but just getting you over that threshold of 3 magics for Archimago. You're willing to play all sorts of things just to get the value from it. There we are, a sanctuary, a little escape plan, and a common sense. Bit more plate spinning here.
Yeah, cool to see
Keep
common
things going.
sense still being played. Of course, it shines in
And a
Archimago.
berry, there we go.
Yeah.
We knew, of course, he'd have to have some plan here, otherwise sitting in front of the Pudge Butcher is
an unwise idea. There's a feeling of helplessness you get when your opponent casts someone's
Pudge Butcher,
and you, Pudge Butcher.
For a moment, it's all okay.
Yeah,
and then
you
you
have
look at
no
your hand.
movement effect, and then
actually,
you think this is gonna hurt.
It's interesting the pressure it can put on the opponent, even making them, slow down, playing sides or
it's a menace.
Play in the most funny ways.
Yeah.
And of course, what an absurd card. Even just to look at it, great card.
Yeah, great card, great art. And then,
even playing through intro decks with my friends, one of the cards they always stop at and they go, look at that. And I go, I know.
Joffrey is such a skilled player. Every tournament that I've met him, he won.
Well, he's very happy to keep meeting you, I'd say.
So,
is it you or is it him?
No, it's probably Joffrey. I think so. Yeah. Now, I met him the first time at Spiel Essen, where Arturian Legends was revealed and released. And then he took that tournament down.
Amazing.
I got a uncut sheet. He got the Ring of Morrigan.
Gorgeous.
But the true Ring of Morrigan, made by Severin Pinot's husband.
Incredible.
He's they call it a goldsmith.
And he doesn't wear it around at events.
No, only at probably there. And then met him again at Askenrask, the first one. He won that one. Then he came to SorceryFest.
Amazing.
Took then the constructed part down. Yeah, he's a very skilled player.
Well, he's in the 5-0 bracket now. He's looking to take this down as well.
Yeah.
An incredible amount of versatility from the Archimago deck.
Yeah, and also a very nice guy. So we love working with them together on the all things sorcery side. And then making content with us.
They joined us here on stream yesterday. He was full of really, really top tier analysis.
Yeah, he is,
Is this a border militia we're going for? No, a berry. Perfect. Keep the board clear. And that's still 4 more magics in the cemetery, so he's not running out of steam anytime soon.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I'll go on and do some other stuff again.
I'll leave you to it. See you, Richard. We'll catch up again. Now I see that their life totals have made it slightly off the screen. I'm going to see if we can get that rectified just so that we can actually track the player's life in this game. Now, folks, sorry for the delay there. We're just after sorting the invisible life totals issue, and it looks like they resolved the problem with the hyena not being able to banish cards from the graveyard. Now, Martin and Joffrey both sitting on 7 mana. Once they make it to 8 mana, they will have the ability to start dropping Craterizes on each other. That being the top end of both of their decks. But of course, Archimago doesn't just drop one Craterize, it often drops 2. Earthquake here, handling the Sister Stefania. I think the players here discussing that when they're rearranging the sites to Earthquake, they can't move sites into what was an unoccupied square. That's correct. So we see square number 2 there staying empty. After all, that is where Joffrey keeps all of the spells in his cemetery. Site number 8 here for Martin. That looked like an Omphlos off the top there for Joffrey. I also think there's a Common Sense in his hand there, peeking out from behind. Maybe that looks like a Gargantula as well. Neither player with much aggression on the board here. common sense here for Joffrey. Rats here, giving him a gift of the wolf into the cemetery. Beautiful foil omphalos. Played on top of the kettle top, hoping to find something there that'll be able to answer it. Martin here in need of some bit of pressure, otherwise that Amphalos is going to run away with this game. And we already have 5 magics in Joffrey's cemetery, so there's no shortage of fuel. Silver Bullet, a very nice pickup. Raise and absolutely brilliant there, reducing Joffrey's sight to rubble and also taking care of the Amphalos that was there. Brilliant. And a hyena to strip cards from Joffrey's cemetery. The hyena there is no longer being hindered by the Wormelo Tump because that raise took care of it. An absolutely terrific raise. Taking Joffrey down a site, taking him down a valuable ability, protecting his cemetery, and also taking down the Amphalos. Super stuff. Joffrey replacing the rubble. Gargantula, quick and easy answer there to the hyena. Border Militia. Clog up this board now. We have quite a few foot soldier tokens being generated by this. Let's read them and weep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 14, replacing the rubble here. Oh, that's a great hit. Going to have a bit more disruption here to Joffrey's Cemetery. Taking everything except the legacy. Very good. No second border militia. No second gift to the wolf. Very cool an onslaught here. Tokens able to get in for extra. Kettle top getting a move and defend from a foot soldier. Foot soldiers now no longer trading. Not in this absolute onslaught. Now the question here is, what will he do with the hyena? The hyena should no longer be disabled if I'm not mistaken. Onslaught prevents it from being disabled. But he passes back. Tithe, providing Joffrey with sights and also another magic in the cemetery. Mirror Realm, very good. Okay, tokens taking care of the disabled hyena. Gargantula moving up. Joffrey, 2 cards left in hand, but looks like they're both sights. Crater Eyes, here we go. Now there are 4 Crater Eyes across the 2 decks, and this is the first one that's been fired off. Landing squarely on Joffrey's head there. He has plenty of replacement sites after that tithe. Here's a farm. Now he has 8 mana of his own here, but he only has a cattle top. Move up for the Geomancer. Kettle tops in, foot soldier in. No possible defending for Martin. Don't think the players have adjusted the life totals after those 2 attacks. Maybe they were just moves with no attack. A defensive move back for Joffrey. Yeah, the players have spotted it. Hang on, you need to lose that life. Joffrey trading foot soldiers and moving the kettle tops down, getting a quick bash in. Gargantula following the Geomancer across the board. Only 5 minutes left in this game. Both players also have sanctuaries that they can run to once they're placed on Death's Door. We could be going up onto time. And now we see the reason for all this movement. Guards giving 8 tokens to Martin. Look at them, they're absolutely everywhere. Archangel Michael getting in his swipe and clearing a foot soldier. Gargantula coming in, but being blocked. That Pillar of Zeros giving a phenomenal amount of life back to Joffrey here. Look at that. Back up to 18. Up from 3. 15 dead minions. Of course, while Martin has been using all of his cemetery effects to target Joffrey's magics, the minions have just been piling up. Order of the White Wing there. Foot soldiers moving out, getting up to no good. Interesting there. Gigantism, I think, being traded just for damage. Okay. 2 attackers here for Joffrey, Gargantula and Archangel Michael. Gargantula first. No defend. Now Archangel Michael could attack that farm. Now the life totals haven't been updated there, but the arrival of that Geomancer at the Sanctuary means he is indeed on death's door. And there we go. Yeah, Michael has been moved up to the farm. And looks like that's the game. Congratulations, Joffrey. Getting in as a buzzer finish just before the end. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of Joffrey today, and if not, we'll definitely be hearing more of him, as we'll try to get him in here with me in the booth for some of his absolutely savage analysis. And look at that, a great bit of sportsmanship there. A nice fist bump caught on screen. What a moment. Folks, we'll be right back in a few minutes. We're not far away from round 6 of Sorcery Fest 26. Stick right with us. Hello, folks, and welcome back to round 6 of the constructed event here at SorceryFest 2026. Our feature match for this round, once again, has Joffrey from the Helpful Hobbs. He's on the right-hand side of your screen there. And on the left-hand side, we have Jesse. Jesse is playing Sorcerer. Now, we saw Joffrey's deck last round. He's playing effectively Earth Archimago with a splash of fire. Jesse is also playing Earth. He's playing a lot of the heavy hitters. Gargantulas, Paladins, all of the big cards we'd expect from a big heavy Earth deck. But he's also supplemented it with a good few air cards. We have things like Stormgeist, Renatus Trueblood, a full complement of 3 Dapper Vampires, and then the usual suspects, Grapple Shots. Other little movement tricks like Blinks and Lightning Bolts. It looks as if he's trying to emulate what we saw yesterday in the Alpha Limited, where he will get the game to a stage where hopefully he can just start double spelling every turn and drown his opponent in card advantage. Now, Joffrey will be trying to do something relatively similar, with every third spell giving him one more... every third magic, I should say, giving him one more magic from his cemetery. Both of these players are 5-0 going into round 6. There's one additional round after this, and then after dinner, there'll be the top 8. And Joffrey's off first. Perfect. Great hits, not the most relevant in the early game, but Earthquake and Major Explosion, both very, very good targets for Archimago's ability later in the game. He'll be happy to have flipped those over on turn 1. An early Pillar and a Core there for Jesse. Now, in the last round, we saw Pillar give Joffrey back an incredible 15 life, bringing him from 3 all the way up to 18. That certainly obviously won't be the case for Jesse in this game. He's already at 20 and there was nobody in the bin. Joffrey doing his best to fill his cemetery as quickly as possible. He's at 5 magics currently, and call it 6, I lied. Legacy, draw a card, put my 6th magic in the bin. Both Amethyst and Onyx Core seeing play in Jesse's deck. He's happy to take the card disadvantage for the early mana advantage. He thinks he can make it up with Sorcerer's ability, and I'm sure he can because he's been doing it all day today. And an early Unicorn there, an actual bit of pressure onto this board. Third Shallow Grave there for Joffrey by way of Mirror Realm. And an answer to the Unicorn. 3 magics leaving the cemetery. Bureau of Occult Control. Very, very good in Archimago. Not only stopping Archimago's ability to replay those magics from the cemetery, but also stopping him using things like common sense to find either an answer he needs or just to supplement the number of magics. And once again, another unicorn, putting pretty much the exact same amount of pressure that the previous one did on Joffrey. Joffrey opts for a sight. So presumably we're going to see all 4 mana used here. That's a Valley of Delight. Now, we can't exactly see what Joffrey picked. One has to imagine that he chose fire as his element because he has 2 Shallow Graves and a Mirror Realm copying Shallow Graves, so he'd be on 3 Earth threshold. Rift Valley here, giving an aggressive angle for Jesse. He can now play directly to Joffrey's backline, and we see that happening. Kettle top, and then in with the unicorn. The rats are very likely to jump under that bus. Joffrey has to stop any early bleeding. And those rats are more than worth 4 damage to him. Here we go. Tapping Archimago and playing out a Wizard's Den. Poison Nova, a great answer here. Now, Jesse gets a sight back from the kettle top. But a lot of pressure relieved off Joffrey here. Now, important to note, Bureau of Occult Control does act to tax Joffrey every time he wants to go into either his cemetery or his collection. But it doesn't stop him. So if he has enough mana, he will be able to say, hey, I pay 7 for my Poison Nova. There you go. Sturmgeist and Kettletop. And Joffrey drawing a Kettletop of his own. An incredible play from Joffrey there. His Earthquake is able to kill the Sturmgeist because it is forced to move forward into the Earthquake. He's able to pick the 2x2 that covers the Rift Valley over to his Mirror Realm, and he even pulls in the Sturmgeist as well. Now Here we go, Sir Percival. Joffrey is choosing where to hide the Holy Grail, I think is the flavour of the card. I'm sure a real mythology nerd would know more. And he's putting it in his Wizard's Den. That Wizard's Den, incredibly valuable now. An objective for Jesse, as not only would it draw him a card from a Sir Percival, but it would also force Joffrey to discard him. A nice 2-for-1 here from Joffrey, able to bury the Sir Percival and also take out the core at the same time. After that cave-in, I think Jesse's going to have a pretty hard time retrieving that core. Might just have to sit there for a while. I see comments in the chat there about the cemetery for Archimago. A very fair comment. Joffrey has asked what we'd be happy with, and although ultimately we said we don't mind, he has volunteered to separate out the magics that are in his cemetery and make them visible to the camera so that we have the most information while we're watching the game. So that is not the entire contents of a cemetery. As you can see, there's also the rat and whatever card is beneath that. It might add some confusion, for that we apologise, but hopefully it also makes it a bit clearer to see the more relevant cards. And certainly those are cards that Jesse will want to keep in mind himself as well. Joffrey has great sportsmanship, and so it looks like he's not afraid to present Jesse with all the information he should have access to. Tithe, wonderful. That's a wonderful draw off that Tithe. Heirloom Lost in Joffrey's hand could be played to replace the opposing Bureau, which would stop him having to pay the additional tax to access his cemetery and his collection. There we go, there it is. Bye-bye, Bureau. Archimago, quite vulnerable to a lot of hate sites, but also has actually quite a good few answers to these sites. Heirloom Lost, sinkholes. Yes, it is very like Dredge in Magic, where you'd see people playing kind of like Nokia Snake all over the table. It's not the most traditional way, but sometimes you just need access to the right information. Atlas wanders there, moving sites around. Joffrey now using his Mirage to return the Heirloom Lost to his hand, effectively putting Jesse down a site and giving him further access to the Heirloom Lost, should he need it again. Kettle Tops want to hit Jesse, but they don't even need to move. He's already there. And healing. Joffrey back to 20 and Earthquake. Interestingly, Earthquake answering the huge 5-power minion there, but not actually rearranging any of the sites. Joffrey leaving them as they are. Jesse playing the site. And Bosk Troll trigger my Ring of Morrigan. Grapple shot, trigger my ring, shoot your Kettle Top. And in comes the Troll. Striking your other Kettle Top. That's 2 Kettle Tops, 1 stone. Okay, Sinkhole. Between Mirage, Sinkhole, Heirloom Lost, Joffrey's deck actually has a great ability to punish his opponents on mana, especially when their cores end up getting buried underneath their own sites. Another Rats, I think that was Archangel Michael and an Omphalos, so no hits as far as the Archimago's recasting of magic ability is concerned. But a follow-up cave-in is going to take care... Oh, no, sorry, that was an Earthquake. Takes care of the Bosk Troll, buries the ring under the ground. Yeah, if you're Jesse, you've got to be incredibly sad about all of your cool artifacts being buried under soil. So sad. Here are the paladins. Now they should have a ward on them. There we go. A farm. This one appears to have sheep on it, but it's about to have a foot soldier on it. There we go. Jesse counting his sites. I count 8. Border militia. And that's going to get a monumental number of blokes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not so monumental. I actually can't count. Sorry about that. In with the rats. Looks as if Jesse has... Sorry, Joffrey has 2 cards left in hand. I can't actually make out how many Jesse has. He does obviously have the ability to start double drawing. Archangel, very nice. Swipe out both of those foot soldiers. Oh, I beg your pardon. Joffrey actually has closer to 5 cards in hand, but I believe 3 of those are sites. Paladins trading their ward for another foot soldier. Jesse putting quite a premium damage-wise here on actually clearing the board of foot soldier tokens. He must be very aware that Joffrey could have an onslaught around the corner. That looks like a ring of his own for Joffrey. I see somebody asking in the chat there. This is round 6 of the constructed event. So after this, there will be one more round. And then a cut to top 8 after dinner. That will be actually in a second stream that we will start. Also, you can find that on the Trolls of the Realm YouTube channel. Yep, round 6 of 7. Both of these players are 6-0. Joffrey and Jesse. Joffrey being from the Helpful Hubs. A farm. Looks like firebolts paired up with pings from the ring. Joffrey doing his best to find space on this crowded board for the magics in his cemetery. We appreciate it. Jesse with the pebbled paths. Off a landmass. The landmass maybe not exactly what he wants to be drawing at this stage in the game when he double draws off Sorcerer. A unicorn there in Joffrey's back line. Joffrey wobbling a few of his smaller minions around there, getting in for 2 points. Forcing the Archangel to keep hunting them down one by one. And we're counting. I think this is mana we're counting. Very nice, an explosion. The ring also hurting Jesse as well as the explosion. Bye-bye the tokens, they did their job. I think we're seeing a bit of avatar on avatar action here. Archimago getting in with the stick. You can see in his art the sorcerer has nothing to defend himself with. Hardly a fair fight. Although that said, he does have very spooky hands. So, you know, fair enough. Now, Joffrey does know that he has the major explosion in his cemetery, so he's threatening to, whenever he wants, he can drop another explosion on Jesse. And Joffrey's up at a healthy 19. That's a good point. He does have the very, very beautiful Frazetta sorcerer. But I think, and I could be wrong, that sorcerer is still only armed with spooky hands. Or maybe we only see one spooky hand. Maybe somebody in the chat could go look it up. Sister Stefania there to the back line. You have to feel the pressure here if you're Jesse. I think we're only one major explosion away from this game being over.
That major explosion was backbreaking.
Yeah.
And then he drew the Amethyst core.
Yeah.
So that's not what you want to see then.
Not at this point.
No,
I think
not
he's
a-
drawn landmass into Amethyst core the last few turns. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not.
Yeah, that's not going to help.
They're great when you are able to get your early advantage.
Yeah.
But there's a price.
Yeah,
and we see Jesse playing it now.
It's discussion always about the cores and the stone. You don't want to see him late game. So disenchant on the core.
Yeah.
Just restrict him a bit more in mana.
And get in more free pings with the ring.
Yep. Well, the Belgian crew is doing a good job today. They're almost quite a few of them
Filling
are
up the top?
Yeah, filling up
Amazing.
the top contenders. So they always do well. They actually feel that they're not really constructed players, but more limited players. But yeah, they do a good job.
Go. That's Firebolt plus another ping from the ring.
That's Death's
And
Door.
Death's Door for Jesse. And I mean, it's so sad. You've been put to Death's Door. Your opponent has a ring, and they also have a major explosion sitting in their bin. I mean, you have to feel
the Ring of Boringen. Yeah, that's a nice nickname. Yeah.
Yeah, Gargantula just tying things up.
But it's interesting to see the ring still shine, even though there are a lot more answers.
There are. There certainly are.
Yeah.
We've seen it do interesting things in trades all day. It's helped smaller minions trade up, as well as just allowing avatars to actually blast away entire opposing forces. It actually creates interesting board states.
Yeah, cool. I'm gonna have so much fun in next week just to watch back the stream.
Okay, Sister moving. Obviously, having to play those mirages so aggressively does give Joffrey sights he can't really defend. And an Earthquake here, which not only strips Joffrey of the ring, but moves him away so he can't get in for the kind of killing blow with his own avatar. A very, very good Earthquake. Now, Joffrey's still only a few magics away from that major explosion that we see sitting on the table.
I think Jesse might have top decked that Earthquake. Yeah. And Joffrey not having enough spells in graveyard. Let's see.
I think you're only ever a common sense away from.
Yeah.
Sister Stefania. A nice bit of pressure, has to be respected.
That's a powerhouse. That's
unreal card.
Oh, unreal. Yeah.
We haven't seen a single Earth deck all day without it.
No. I think she went under the radar a bit. When Gothic came out, but
she's not so flashy.
No.
But
we see also the demand for Stefania from buyers just went up and
crazy.
Up. Yeah.
Are there any cards in Gothic, Richard, that maybe saw a spike in interest, or when you were setting up the booth this week before the constructed event, the people said, "Oh, gimme," and there was a run?
We sold a boatload of toolboxes, of course.
Brilliant, of course.
The most sold card. Yeah. We did see earthquakes.
Can you keep rings in stock?
No, we can't keep rings in stock.
That's so sad, but great to see people wanting them. Yeah,
Morganas were flying out.
Silver Bullet here.
Yeah.
Now, Jesse knows probably exactly what he wants. We'll have to have a gawk.
Root Spiders. We can't keep Root Spiders in stock.
Very good.
So we actually opened the whole case of beta.
Hoping for Root Spiders.
Open for Root Spiders.
That's so funny.
In the end, it had 4 Root Spiders in the whole case. And 5 unique foils. Now there you go.
Wow.
Yeah, that was an amazing case. But no Root Spiders.
Super.
Crazy.
And there was a flanking maneuver there from the toolbox. Kind of get him out of danger. And over to his own sister Stefania.
Well, this
Pudge
match not
Butcher.
over yet.
No, it is not.
Oh.
Some expertly practiced hand gestures there from the player to one another. I think it was all polite. The great migration of units here. Heading up the board, trying to track down that sorcerer. Jesse's managed to buy a nice little bit of space for himself here. A bit of time. Pudge Butcher here threatens that wherever Joffrey's avatar goes, he'll be able to hook him, unless something were to change drastically. Getting in damage there with the grapple shot, the Pudge Butcher hitting the Archimago. Root Spider on the Sister Stefania. And give it haste, charge rather, with Onslaught. That's the game. Joffrey, congratulations. You are now 6-0. Now, there's about 5 minutes left on this round. We're going to have a quick break here. We're going to set up our feature match for the next round, and then we'll be back with round 7, the final round of this stream, and the last round of the constructed portion of SorceryFest 2026. We will, of course, be back after dinner this evening to play out the top 8. Folks, we'll catch you shortly. Hello, folks, and welcome back. We are here for the final round of the Swiss portion of the constructed event at SorceryFest 26. We are once again following Joffrey on his road to the top 8. He's playing against Mirko on Necromancer. Now, Mirko, you might recognize from the first round of today's event, where he was able to fend off a Blade Dancer with gigantic minions. Joffrey has the last 2 rounds blown up his opponents between explosions, earthquakes, craterizes. He's going to try to do the same again here. He mirrors the Necromancer with a farm, this one giving him a foot soldier rather than a skeleton. Skeleton from Mirko. Joffrey playing forward with the Gnome Hollows, a good defensive site. And a common sense. Now, a little bit about the decks if you're only joining us now. Joffrey here from the Helpful Hobbs is playing Earth with a splash, light little dash of fire in his Archimago deck. And Mirko is playing the very, very popular heavy on the water Necromancer list, but splashing air. Air for some big hitters like the Black Plague, Whirling Blades, Grapple Shot, helping some of his slower water minions get into the right position. Now, Joffrey has found with his common sense a berry. It is astronomically unlikely that berry is intended for one of the 2 skeletons on the board now. That berry is likely insurance against one of the gigantic threats that Necromancer can push out early. River Rapids there for Mirko. And nearly first blood, trading skeleton for soldier, moving up the skeleton, pushing it with the rapids, and then attacking. Lugbog Cat. Only minions on the board now belong to Mirko. Step and then a landmass for Joffrey. Landmass also being the 2nd magic into a cemetery and a wizard's den. That'll get him a card, and it's sitting nice and safe there in the corner of the realm. A very important sight there has just hit the table for Mirko. That mismanaged mortuary will strip Joffrey of his access to his cemetery. However, importantly, Joffrey has built his deck in such a way that he has many, many answers to it. In Earth, naturally he can... Oh, sorry, not in Earth, I beg your pardon. It's actually a neutral card. Sinkhole is one answer to it. He can also Heirloom Lost. We saw him make great use of Heirloom Lost in combination with Mirage in the previous round, where he could give his opponent effectively a dud sight rather than their incredibly useful Bureau of the Occult. Then he says, no, actually, your useful sight is just my Mirage, and now I still have my Heirloom Lost. Second landmass here from Joffrey. Really pushing a site advantage as much as he can. And it's a farm. That one, yep, that has sheep on it. Will it have a foot soldier on it, is the question. I believe Joffrey used his avatar there to draw a sight. And no foot soldier on that farm. No one there to look after those sheep. Instead, he's using the mana to play Common Sense. That gives him 2 Common Sense, 2 landmass in the cemetery. So plenty of magics there, but maybe not any that he particularly wants to cast again right now. Firebolt's picked up. That skeleton token is making its way towards the wizard's den. Mirko trying to cost Joffrey a card. I think that was an attempted grapple shot there to move the stag up to Joffrey's avatar, but that would not work because it would not be able to travel through the Gnome Hollows. Instead, we're going to push it with the rapids and then move, and the grapple shot will move the cat over. Skeleton and bump it with the rapids. That's a lot of pressure directly on the Archimago's head here. A vicious cat, a nasty stag, and 2 bony boys. Great showcase here of all of the free movement that can be gained from the rapids, allowing the pretty slow advance of skeletons to turn into a quick and a rapid movement. Joffrey's looking at the cards in his hand here. If I had to guess, he's probably thinking about what ones will he play, and also how he'll play them. Smokestacks, they're not quite able to reach over to the mismanaged mortuary. Joffrey still needing to come up with an answer for that. And here is Mover of Mountains. Let's go for a bit of a shuffle, and that's it. The smokestacks are next to the mismanaged mortuary. Joffrey will have unlocked access to his cemetery. Third landmass. Players here making decisions around that Fields of Camlin, picking one minion and sacrificing the rest. With the stag, Joffrey getting reduced to 9. and a green knight. Mirko visually playing that green knight quite far back, but of course we know he'll be able to move it up very quickly when he wants to get in with it. Shallow Grave flipping over a border militia and an onslaught there for Joffrey. Removal for the stag. I believe that was the berry that he found off his very first common sense on turn 2. Green Knight moving over, that's creating a line, and the grapple shot brings it right into Joffrey's back line. The Saint of Redemption is going to have to bite into that next turn. We're joined here now by Richard.
Hey guys.
Joffrey's in a spot of trouble in this one.
He is.
The first mismanaged mortuary, no problem.
Okay.
The second one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That just eats you up.
Mm-hmm. And Green Knight has proved to be such an incredibly annoying threat so far today.
Yeah.
Both times we've
Green
had
Knight, yeah.
Green Knight, I beg your
Oh,
pardon.
yeah.
Both times we've had Mirko on stream, it's been very good.
Cool. So Joffrey is 6-0, so probably make top 8 anyway. But
I think
knowing
the
Joffrey,
winner is 100% in. Obviously, undefeated.
Yeah.
Naturally,
Sure, yeah.
something would be very wrong.
Yeah.
But there's a very, very good chance, as there's both at table 1,
Yeah.
that they're going to both be making it in.
And Felix, the other helpful hop, he's 5-1 now, so he's fighting.
So a
he's
winning
fighting.
in, yeah.
He's in a winning in. Yeah.
Joffrey moving the rats away. He still needs an answer to this Green Knight. He's only on 6 against 20. And his absolutely jam-packed cemetery is no help to him here. Was that a... That looks to me like a major explosion. He's after hurting himself but killing the Green Knight. Or no, maybe it wasn't a major explosion. Maybe that was the Knight hitting him. But unfortunately I couldn't see. He only flashed it briefly on camera. It was some sort of removal.
I'll have a look what it was.
Do, thank you.
Yep. Nice clock.
Garden of Eden here for Mirko, another very good hate site. Stop people drawing multiple cards.
Poison Nova.
Ah, Poison Nova, brilliant.
Yeah. Removal of champions.
It can kill many units, but sometimes you only wanted to kill one.
Yeah. But he's not out of trouble yet.
No, he's not at all. And this Lilith could bring along big trouble.
Yeah.
What are his most expensive units? We have Gargantulas, Paladins, Archangel Michael, that'd be a great hit. Death Stealer.
Death Stealer, yeah.
Yeah, all scary here. Tithe, unfortunately not. Well, you have to be happy with that if you're Joffrey.
Yeah.
Yep. We see the question in the chat there from Pork Chop. Yep, both players are 6-0. Very likely they will both be making the top 8. Joffrey digging for a site that could help him with Archie. And Crater Eyes on the garden.
Is a card.
What a magic. Takes out the garden, takes out the unit, and also does a substantial amount of damage to Mirko.
And dropping no hollows. Yeah, playing Archimago, life is a resource, but you do have to have the nerves for that.
You do.
Yeah.
You have to be willing to get low. I mean,
But he came back up later in an early match.
He was
Pillar of Cyrus.
down to 3 for 15.
50.
Incredible.
Crazy.
And I thought that what was so funny was the next game, the next round on camera, his opponent starts turn 1, pillar 0. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The two sides of the pillar coin. Yeah. And so funny, he's been keeping his the magics in his cemetery on camera so we can see them. And then obviously the minions are slightly less important off to the side. And so we plays the pillar, we go, oh, he's probably going to gain some life. 15! What in the name of God? Yeah. We couldn't see.
Well, it's a fun thing to see how avatars evolve across sets. And because this Archimago build is very different, of course, from the one we had rampaging all the tables last year.
And they have all of this new technology. They have Heirlooms Lost and Mirage. Cause chaos on your sites.
Yeah, did we have that on stream? That combination?
We've had Joffrey doing it. Oh, we did it. The last game he used an Heirloom Lost to get rid of his opponent's mismanaged mortuary.
Yeah.
So okay, I'm down a site, but you lose your hate piece. But now also I'm up a site because I'm going to mirage it.
And
you're down a site, and you're down to.
It's an absolute
blowout.
Play. That's one I need to get.
And even
more
here,
training in. Yeah.
Mirage getting in even more use, bouncing the Wizard's Den before it's ever been
Yeah, yeah,
triggered, and
true.
now that's another card going up again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an amazing discovery.
Mm-hmm. And of course, that Wizard's Den will be drawing an extra card because we craterized the Garden of Eden.
Yep.
A tough decision there between craterizing the Garden of Eden and the cemetery, only getting to pick one, but naturally the one that has the threats next to it.
Yeah. Well, it does allow him to draw more cards. Maybe
it does. But you have to wonder as well how highly he unlocks, how highly he values unlocking his absolutely jammers cemetery.
Yeah. Maybe he's just.
Oh,
Master
the worm.
Worm. That's also a card.
Mm-hmm. Great art.
Yeah, it's one of the classic
So
cards.
great,
man.
isn't it?
Melissa Benson was one of my favorite artists when I started in Magic. It just has the same feel and vibe.
It's so evocative.
Yeah. With the bright colors on it. Yeah.
Smokestack is disabling the mortuary, but the Mirror Realm, I believe, is a copy of the mismanaged mortuary that is outside of the smokestack's nearby range. We're getting the hell out of Dodge here.
Yeah,
Get
have
away,
a nice
get away.
question in the chat. If Geoffrey picked up the smokestacks, would the graveyard be back online from 2 mortuaries? So they're cancelling each other.
Oh, that's
out.
a very, very good point.
I couldn't. Yeah.
The secret 19th use of Mirage in this matchup.
Mirage and smokestacks not work together. No, that could be. No, there is actually a ruling on that, I think.
I think they should work together.
Yeah. Because the effect with smokestacks and when played, you may return.
You're playing it in its place, so the smokestacks is no longer there.
Yeah.
At no point are the two of them there and one silencing the other. It's played in its place. Interestingly, a very aggressive, one of the most aggressive Wizards towers we've probably seen. Or Wizards dens, I should say. Yeah, right next to you.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't do that for nothing. There's a plan.
No, absolutely.
Oh, Archangel Michael.
Nice.
Yeah, that is such a card.
Yeah, incredible. And a beautiful foil copy. I think most of his deck, if not all of the deck.
Yeah, he's been a purveyor of foils since the beginning. Stormworm should be disabled. Why should it be disabled? Pork chops and sandwiches. Why should Stormworm be disabled?
Because this is no longer a water site.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think they're discovering now. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So the worm not always so scary.
So I think the players know it, and then I'll have a look at it. But and then I get people to go to dinner. So enjoy yourself again.
Perfect. I will indeed.
Yeah.
Very big Atlantean Fate there. Dealing with multiple threats from Joffrey. Players seem to be working out exactly the current state of these sites. Between smokestacks, water sites, and Atlantean Fate, we're having to think about it a little bit. Now, this is a great value play here, especially if it's unlocking the worm. Mirko just dropped an absolutely massive Atlantean Fate, taking out 2 of Joffrey's units.
Yeah.
And also getting rid of the pesky smokestack.
So that was okay. But then he tried to attack with the Master Stormworm and didn't realize that the Storm is disabled.
The Storeworm is no longer disabled because the smokestacks isn't silencing the sites, and now it's on water.
Yeah, but it's water bound.
And their water and mortuary as well should be water now.
So now we have a judge with it now, so they should.
Yes, once the mortuary is no longer silenced, it's flooded, so it's a water site again. So you can move and attack off it, and it's moving.
But it was silenced though. Oh, of course, with the Atlantean Fate.
Which is a huge play. I mean, that's an incredible unlock. Now we have both players at death's door.
Okay.
This game about to come to an end, one way or the other.
Ah, okay, yeah. With the sometimes it's a difficult game.
Okay.
Okay, that
Gargantula, that's very, very good for the worm here.
Yeah. We love layers, yeah?
We love them. We can't get enough.
Well, that's a
2 actually. 2 is too many. 1 is enough.
It's an instructional game. This one is. Yeah.
Layers, best in pastries.
Yeah.
Exactly, like a cake.
Huge layer cake. So Jeffrey deciding to where
to drag this worm off to.
Yeah.
A very confusing life this worm has had between being in a
It's
cemetery.
over. Archimago has a cemetery back. Why? No, because the Mirror Realm is still copying.
No, this cemetery is no longer flooded. Is no longer silenced. So now we have double mortuary.
Oh, man.
So you get back access to your own. Yep, anything that can actually threaten the Archimago on Death's Door would win the game here for Mirko on the coming turn. We're currently in Joffrey's turn, and he's just after putting Mirko also onto Death's Door. There is... Or sorry, I beg your pardon, that might have been last turn. But either way, he's the skeleton to block here. We don't let that bother us.
Crazy game.
And in between smokestacks, cemetery, and then the Atlantean Fate, huge. And movement earlier, we got to see Mover of Mountains actually shifting them around. And
yeah, they did.
Yeah, excellent. What looks like a small ability tacked onto a unit is incredibly powerful when the right things line up for sites.
Yeah. Let's see what he has.
There's a bit of counting going on. tower on rubble. Whoops, did I say tower? I meant something else.
Intense match.
No, this is down to the wire now.
Intense.
Mirko moving forward with his avatar. There's a skeleton. That's a good blocker for the Archangel. Oh. Change that. We'll make the skeleton in sight. Change that. We won't move or make the skeleton. Babbling Brook here, buying a bit of time. That is a village on 3, yes. There we are, Death Dealer. It appears Joffrey doesn't know that he has access to his cemetery. We have 2 mismanaged mortuaries in play. The classic Uno reverse. Okay, that was a Gilman house. Coin Nixie here for Mirko. Both players now at death's door. Ah, there we go. Major explosion. Terrific. Congratulations, Joffrey. Now Joffrey will be advancing to the top 8. In one moment, we'll have confirmation of whether or not the top 8 players are being announced now or if they're being announced after dinner. We'll be right back.
Intense match.
That was a very, very intense match.
Yeah, I spoke to Joffrey and asked him if he realized that the both mortuary scans. No, he didn't realize it.
I think
And then he went like, "What? Oh yeah."
Yeah.
So it was a good practice match for him.
when the board is full of sites,
Yeah.
and then it's full again with units, there's so much to keep
so
track
much
of.
to keep track. But he did an amazing job.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this concludes the 7 rounds of Swiss.
It's been a long day, but it's not
been
over
long-
yet.
It's not over yet. So at SorceryFest, we do the top 8 straight after. So first we get a little dinner break.
Everyone gets a bit of a recharge.
Yeah,
Very
and
nice.
then around 7 o'clock we have our raffle, the
Super.
announcement of the top 8,
So
the community prizes and stuff.
huge.
And I think then we might start the top 8 around 7:15.
Perfect.
So here. And that is on another stream.
Yes, it is absolutely.
Yeah.
On this same YouTube channel.
Same YouTube channel, different live stream. That is because of otherwise we get cut off by YouTube maximum length of recording.
Perfect.
So that's why we do the next stream. Probably an hour.
About an hour, about 7:15.
Yeah.
We'll be announcing who's in the top 8 here on the stream, as well
Yeah,
as
as well.
obviously here in person.
Yeah, this has been done then.
And then we'll
Yeah.
get straight into the matches.
Yeah, I think we'll put the stream on around 7 and then with the banner keep you
Perfect.
updated on how late we actually
Perfect.
start.
I can't wait.
You had fun?
A great time. And there's
You-
more to come.
There's much more to
And
come.
there's even another day to come.
And tomorrow we have the Shield stream as well.
Yeah,
so it's
absolutely.
been crazy. So
Folks-
guys, see you.
Thank you so much. We'll catch you in the next stream, guys, for the top 8.
Yep. This has been the Joffrey stream all day. Yeah, like last year.